Old Mage Guy is now live, streaming Just Chatting, Midday Chill.
There's a dude named Justin in his RV. Got a dog, got a cat, living wild and free. He's playing games till the morning light. Old Mage Guy's the handle and he's taking flight. Topless, chilling, waxing hands, sipping on Monster, living the brand, streaming all night. He's got that flair. Old Mage Guy, he's everywhere. His dog's on the couch, his cat's in a chair. They're watching him game without a care. Twitch chat's blowing up, it's getting loud. Justin's rocking out, yeah, he's making him proud. Topless, chilling, waxing hands, sipping on Monster, living the brand, streaming all night. He's got that flair. Old Mage Guy, he's everywhere. He don't need no roof, he's free as can be. Living his best life with his cat and dog, you see. Got a wax pen and he's feeling so high. Monster's the fuel that gets him to the sky. Topless, chilling, waxing hands, sipping on Monster, living the brand, streaming all night. He's got that flair. Old Mage Guy, he's everywhere. So if you see him love with no shirt on his back, come say hey and get ready to laugh. Justin the legend with his dog and cat, living his dream and that's a fact. Topless, chilling, waxing hands, sipping on Monster, living the brand, streaming all night. He's got that flair. Old Mage Guy, he's everywhere.
Hello, everyone. You player sometimes anyhow. All right. I'm Old Mage Guy. This is Midday Chill. Hopefully, I can get my chill on. Dealing with some people today that just don't know their information. And 9 times out of 10, it's stuff that I know from studying or paying enough attention. Case in point, the horror movie series Terrifier with Art, the mime, even though he is known only as the clown. Art is a mime, not a clown. To call him a clown is to not know the difference. And if you were to do it to his face, become his victim. So, yeah, there's that little detail. So, it's not the science lurking, is it? Is it a science lurking at work or a science lurking at home? This is the real question. I don't know if he's in the Palworld servers, so I don't just want to shut it down. Well, no work tomorrow. So he's got tonight. It's awesome. Well, but I don't know when he works today, if he works today. If he's at work now. Don't keep doing it. You're not going to sit there and move to the edge of the bed and start shaking the trailer like crazy again. I'm not going to put up with that, dude. What is your problem back there? You were taken out not even half an hour ago. I am not taking you back out right now. You can get over yourself. This isn't a game and it's not funny. Matter of fact, it's just going to get your furry white ass in trouble. This fucking canine. Oops, sorry. Siva was better. Much better. Siva, much better.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Hey bro, what's
Yes,
up?
kitty. Stinky cat. She just farted. Pew-wee. You got stinky butt. Cat farts are about as bad as dog farts. I'm not sure which one lingers longer. It's kind of a toss-up. Wow. Not much, Jackson. Just chilling. I decided I was going to be funky and use a little bit of that laundry money with what I had left over from last time getting a beer. Get a beer. It's in the fridge at the moment. Took Loki out. He refused to go poop. He went pee proper this time. And didn't spite potty, because I took him out before I went. So, Dublin didn't eat me and shit.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Cheers, bro.
Cheers. Right now I'm just still drinking my coffee. Second cup. I'll be saving the last cup for after. I'll go from coffee to beer, back to coffee, then to a monster. Ooh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe not. Ooh. Night bulb. No, I won't be going like that. It'll be coffee, then beer and monster. And then I'll have enough for another beer and monster. And then we'll go back to coffee. Now, like this, my right hand is not actually holding the cup. It's resting. My left hand is doing the whole thing.
Yeah. I don't want to just let it go. But I want to show it's like that hand is not holding a cup. That's just the left hand. Yeah, I'm definitely right-handed. I can feel the weight difference. It's definitely heavier in the left hand. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what I'm fixing to do just yet. Hopefully not run back down to the bathroom. But that very much might be the case rather shortly. Other than being a pest, Loki's being pretty well behaved today.
YouTube. Oracle. Did I miss the opening theme song?
Yes. It's quite literally played.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. One of those sausage corn dogs sounds good right about now.
I play the theme song.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson.
Segment.
Hey Oracle.
Yeah, I play it during the opening, and then that opening is only the length of the song, really. Because otherwise, I don't have a reason to do a starting soon screen typically. I mean, for real. If I'm going to be live, I'm going to be live. If I'm not, I'm not. You ain't got no one to go. In this life, there's no obstacle that can be defeated.
YouTube. Oracle. Oh sausage corn dog. Yes, please. Also, hey Jackson and Mage.
There you go, one piece. Burning like a fire gone wild on Saturday. I'm coming to the church on Sunday. I'll be waiting for love. Waiting for love to come around. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I remember they served us sausage corn dogs for breakfast in middle school.
Uh-huh. And that's where I fell in love with dirt things. It's so cynical. In this life, there's no obstacle that can be defeated. I might drift today. Kind of feeling it.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I used to rarely eat breakfast in middle school because I would just eat cereal at home before school rolled.
I ate so much growing up that I would have cereal at home, go to school early to get the breakfast, and still have breakfast at school.
YouTube, Oracle, our school sucked. We never got them, but I'm gonna keep my eye for them. Pour me one mage.
Oh, there is one more to pour after this, so we can do that. Well, time to try this concoction. It's regular monster, and the Steel Reserve spiked blackberry. I'm kind of scared. Intimidation. Well, what's up? Here's one. Ooh. That's dangerous. The berryness is almost completely gone. So now I've just got that strong blackberry flavor in my monster. It's like, ooh!
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Remember the Mexican sweetbread they served for breakfast in middle school to Justin?
They didn't give it to us in Canby. I didn't get to learn about Mexican sweetbread until after I was 25. And when I did learn about it, I fucking fell in love with it. I'm definitely a pastries kind of guy. The Mexican sweetbread's right up my alley. I'm glad you're not like that, Loki. You're a good boy. Dog across the way, Perkins asshole. Yeah, no, Oregon wasn't so kind to the Mexican community at that time.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. That shit was good LMAO.
Oh yeah, those things are always fucking good.
YouTube, Oracle, damn Jarl had good stuff. Jealous. I was just happy with chicken patty and mashed potatoes roll.
You got mashed potatoes? For us, a chicken patty was on bread. Oh, burger bun, but still. You know, the only time we got mashed potatoes was when they did the turkey gravy. Turkey and gravy. That was really one of the few times we got mashed potatoes.
YouTube, Oracle, yeah.
It sucked. I mean, they weren't the greatest mashed potatoes.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. The
Maybe
chicken
did.
patties at my school used to have damn little rocks in them LMAO.
Okay, so it wasn't just me. I quit eating them because I kept biting into those fuckers. And, do you want to know what that actually was? Because it wasn't rocks. You might not like it, though. Just say it. Then the fucking pizza. The Schwann's pizza. I don't know how the fuck they got Schwann's to give them that big a pizza.
Hinson Jackson. We had Little Caesars pizza and McDonald's cheeseburgers when I was in the 7th or 8th grade.
Lucky.
YouTube, Oracle, say what? We never had that problem.
Oh yeah, a lot of times our chicken patties had bits of bone or claw in them, if not beak. Our chicken patties were mincemeat. Chicken. Oh, you think some of the school lunches were bad? I can tell you what's going on in the prisons right now. And You might be upset about it. You might not. I know I am, but I'm also getting this information because my little brother's in the kitchen. He's working in the kitchen over there, so he knows what
YouTube,
being sure.
Oracle, WTF. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, BKLMAO got.
Yeah, I did my research after I got tired of biting into those shits. Because every time it hurt. As a matter of fact, the first little chip of my teeth I had was because of one of those. Needless to say, my tooth hurt for a good hour. And I stopped eating the damn things. Mind you, this is back when my teeth were still good and strong. Back when I was using my teeth to fucking open packages. I mean, it would quite literally, hey, mate, you've got a package. Woo! There for a while, I had several people, how do you do that? What was that, Dublin? That was weird. How can you do that? Really easily? But then my teeth deteriorated. And I don't do that anymore. Never mind the fact that I'd be afraid when my teeth break. It's also painful.
YouTube, Oracle, find me out of the damn underdog.
Oh.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I remember going to this burger place, riding my bike in the morning with a friend and eating a cheeseburger in the morning before school almost every day of the week. LMAO.
Nice! That'd have been awesome. There at high school, we had McDonald's, Taco Bell, and Burger King right across, or not Burger King, Burgerville right across the street. Seniors were allowed to go, and I think sophomore, senior, freshman. I don't remember. Oh, you live, me up whatever it takes. The adrenaline in my veins, so whatever it takes. No. You need to stop putting next to it, young lady. There. Now just take it over your normal way, please. Now, growing up poor, there was... The closest I did to having a daily routine was making sure that I made it into school for breakfast. I mean...
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. My dad would give me $5 a day for lunch. And all my friends had free lunch cards, but my parents made too much for me to get free lunch.
Yeah.
I always felt left out, lol.
I can understand that. I really can. There was a little while there where my mother was making too much and I couldn't get free lunch. And that was about a bitch. My friends knew my situation and they're like, no. You without food? Fuck no. I'm paying for your lunch. It's like, don't! No! I'm paying for your lunch. Get over it. A few different times. I'm not gonna lie. But honestly, if it wasn't for those friends, I would have never been introduced to Monster. I wouldn't know what Monster is. It took me to high school to find my friends, to find my group. And when I found it, ain't nobody was about to fuck with it. It didn't matter what part of my friend circle you were in. If you were in some part of the fucking disc or sphere, or however you want to give the measurement a graph, if you were within it, I wouldn't put up with you being picked on or bullied or shit. Mm-mm. If you got beat up, I was the one that would teach you.
YouTube, Hinton Jackson, LMAO Facts.
And it really tripped people out when I joined the football team. One of my friends actually thought I was legitimately a jock. I was just like, no,
YouTube,
dude.
Oracle, yeah, we were poor too. Remember having cereal often for dinner? Or mom having to use actual stamps for food stamps? Yeah, good friends were high school too. Us lil outcasts.
I miss the actual stamps for food stamps. I'm saying it right now. I miss that shit. That was kind of cool. Sure, it was a program that they had to find a better way of going about, but it was kind of cool to actually sit there and have a little book of stamps to go, 5, 2 25s and a 3. Okay, you go. It was kind of like the Saver book that they had out at the time. That thick-ass fucking coupon book. I remember that shit like crazy. My mother typically got into a lot of the school fundraisers because, well, she wasn't going to pay any more into the school. Never mind the fact that she was doing shit to fuck me up, but semantics at that point. No, she actually had me held back in 4th grade. They wanted to advance me to the next grade, and she said, no. I wanted to be held back. Because my writing skills were not good enough. And you'll find that that is very much a story of my life. You can't do this. You don't have good enough writing skills. You can't write English properly. Why should you be allowed to learn Spanish? Of course, me being me, I'm sitting there thinking, what the fuck? You're stopping me from learning another spoken language because I have a writing disability? Excuse me? Honestly, before the end of my time at that high school, I ended up chewing out the entire heads of staff. Principal, vice principal, the teachers that led the class section I was in, remedial or special ed, as they put it. So, there was a separate special ed class. Yeah, no, I didn't get put in with other people who had autism. I got put in with the people who had anger issues and behavioral problems. Just creating more justice problems. Which is the whole reason why I was angry to begin with. Autistic sees injustice all the time, it's gonna piss him off. Just say. And all that class did was teach fucking bullies how to get away with it. For fucking real. No. I quite literally ended up chewing the school administrators a new asshole. Because they didn't want to graduate me on my year of graduation because I didn't, quote-unquote, fulfill the requirements. The whole portfolio thing, yeah, they tried to start that on my year, 2007. And I'm not nice when you fuck with me. I asked them when that became a thing. They're like, it's being implemented this year. And I said, so you're trying to push that on my generation?
I was bullied a lot. Wish you were my friend in school.
I was still bullied quite a bit. I just finished any actual fight that came up. Including, but not limited to, one fight I had with local Hispanic community. It wasn't really even a fight. They had their biggest, roundest guy come and try to fight me and pick a fight with me, and I told him, like, dude, I don't have any problem with you guys. I don't know why you've got a problem with me, but I don't have any problem with you. I really don't want to fight you. I don't want to hurt you. And of course, he's just kind of, what? I'm gonna kick your ass, dude. You ain't... I was like, no, you're not. And I'm not trying to be an ass. I'm trying to resolve this without you getting hurt. He went to swing at me, I caught his fist, and started swinging my partner. And as I did so, I said, swing your partner, do-si-do! Stick your foot out, and there he goes! And that's exactly what I did. I stuck my foot out and the pavement. He was on the ground, fucking mind blown, like, what the fuck just happened? I reached my hand out to him, offer to help him up. It's like, I told you, I ain't got no problem with you. And I really don't want to fight you. I'm sorry for that. You alright? He grabbed my hand when I helped him up. It's like, I really don't have a problem with you guys. I don't know what's going on here as to why you think I do. And he's just like, someone told us some bullshit. And it's obvious it's bullshit. We've got something to go take care of. He was talking about the entire group that was surrounding us. Each one of them was... And it wasn't even at me. I looked around there. A few of them were like, not you, dude. You're good. I was like, him? They're like, mm-mm. No, somebody gave us some bad information. It's like, oh. Well, I'll let you guys deal with your stuff. That's not my business. And of course, a few of them chuckled at that too. It's like, hey, I hope you guys have a good day. I hope it doesn't keep going like this. And the guy that held up was like, you know, me too. You're pretty fucking cool. I'm just me. He's like, but you don't hate on us because we're different. It's like, why do I have any room to hate? I'm different. And of course, more than half of them are like, sure. They're like, yeah, that's actually a good point. It's like, I ain't got room to be judgmental of somebody else. Not like that. Honestly, at first I thought I was going to be dealing with being jumped. I'm very much glad that they had more honor than that. And I was, after I got the one guy down to the ground, I was just like, okay, who's next? And everybody just had their jaws on the floor. It's like, so there's nobody else. Okay, you all right? I ended up becoming friends with the community, the Mexican, Hispanic community after that. It was pretty fucking cool. That was middle school. Before I protected the one friend, I did. No, the guy became my friend, but didn't know him at the time. Protect him from someone trying to beat his ass. Quite literally. Compared to me, both of them were small kids, but one was definitely bigger than the other. And the smaller one was trying to run away. And I could see the fear in his eyes, and I was just like, nope.
Oracle, I was jumped in the gym locker room for being gay.
Yeah, that kind of shit happens. It's stupid. Hi, Boo. Where are you going? No. 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 Go. Goblin. How do you like it? You're not going to sit there and be a pest, dude. I'm not going to put up with it. It has not been, 45 minutes? Okay. It might be about an hour. But still. No. You're not going to fucking keep pestering me like that, dude. I won't put up with it. Loki, are you on the edge of the bed panting again? I'm panting. You know I don't have a problem with you panting, just not on the edge of the bed. That's a good spot to pant. Doesn't send the trailer crazy. Moves to the back and doesn't even pant. Where he knows he doesn't get in trouble for it. At least he went properly pee when he went out. Unlike yesterday, which was fucking ridiculous. We have not had spike potties yet this morning, thankfully. But he also hasn't shit yet. But then again, he shat late last night. Well, late-ish. About 11, give or take. Oh yeah, stream schedule might need to be shifted up a little bit. Because I'm going to be waking up closer to 9 again. Now the time is shifted back. And probably be up till closer to 2 again. Now the time is shifted back. Yeah, that's the funny thing is. Like I said, I kind of live outside of time because of the time blindness thing. I still understand it. I still know it exists. I still have to do the measurements and make sure everything's in place when I'm talking to people. But honestly, to me, time doesn't have a whole lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Doesn't have as much of a way. A weight would be the proper word. I am not bound by time in the same way. I interact with time a little bit differently. The only time I care about hours and minutes is when it comes to interacting with other people. Otherwise, measurements of time don't really mean anything to me. Life is lived by the moment, not the minute or the second. And the hard part is understanding the balance between now and tomorrow, being the classic present and future. You know, it's like I'm always going to have this kind of outlook on time. Honestly, a lot of my life is lived more by rise and fall, sun and moon, than it is time. Honestly, if I could, I would just be nocturnal. I'm going to be real. I would be nocturnal. I prefer the dark. And that's primarily in part because it's easy to fucking hide it. And I very much like to be in the shadows. I don't like to be the star or in the spotlight. Not really. It's just weird for me. I mean, hell, how long did it take me to get used to the song that Sensu and IBBO made for me? And that's a fucking good song. They did good. Might have been just IBBO, but still, the job was well done. I mean, fuck. I can't help but sing along to it as it's playing every time I use it.
YouTube, Oracle, are my realm lore.
And this is not to say that I don't know that time exists or don't still observe it. It's just different. My perception of time is definitely different. My perception of time is funky. Case in point, in the telling Loki about the wanting to be pesty and panting, even though he was just taken out not too long ago. Me thinking it's been 45 minutes and it's closer to hour 20.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I used to fight all the time bro lol got kicked out of 2 middle schools. But that was when I was a young knucklehead.
I've only been kicked out of 1 school, and it wasn't for fighting. I had been... My mother had moved to Woodburn and taken his kids with her. And I was in high school, or middle school, moved to. I think it's middle school. But people in Woodburn didn't know me. I had a few different Hispanic people that tried to start fights with me. Never actually got into a fight. As a matter of fact, I got told by one of the teachers to say a guy's name right, and from what I could see, his name was Jesus. And I called him Jesus. I didn't call him Jesus. I had a little bit more respect for him than that. I guess I was pronouncing it wrong. And I didn't know. And when he found out that I was really trying and just wasn't getting it right, he was like, "Oh, I kind of feel like an asshole now." I'm like,
YouTube. Hinson
"I can tell
Jackson.
you."
I got kicked out of high school. Remember I told you the story how we were smoking at the park and was eating the principal's fries.
Yep. No, what I actually got kicked out for was on the whiteboard, using one of the whiteboard markers, I drew a picture of a stick figure in a car driving towards a wall. And with a little arrow over it, teacher. I got sent to the principal's office, kicked out for it. And the principal asked me, "Why'd you do it?" I says, because I'm constantly being mocked by her. I am constantly giving shit that I am well past doing.
Hinson Jackson, LMAO wow.
And she's constantly treating me like I have no intelligence. Now, I don't know about you, but yeah, I raised hell. You want to sit there and treat me like I don't know what I'm talking about, like I don't know what I'm doing? You're going to find I know very well what I'm doing. And it won't be nicely. I've had a few bad teachers in my years, and by the end, none of them liked me. The ones that had a hatred for me before they even got to know me got it worse. I made one of those teachers' lives hell. And I do mean hell. Her name was Mrs. Sound. And yes, spelt as the sound you hear. And, yeah, she instantly had a hatred against me. Constantly thinking I was up to no good and whatnot just because I was in a behavioral class. She always assumed the worst. I said, okay. You want to be a vindictive bitch? I can be a vindictive asshole. And we'll play. Yeah, a lot of her shit ended up disappearing to the other side of the room when she wasn't looking. There was one time she left her fucking cell phone sitting on her desk. It was right before lunch.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. My third
No.
grade teacher name was Miss Slutty LMAO, no joke. And my mom said she was exactly what her name was and would flirt with all the dads.
Damn! That's saying something. Loki, ignore it, dude. He's not talking to you. You know it. That's another thing I really don't care for about dogs. They hear one bark and they gotta start barking.
YouTube.
Most of the time.
Hinson Jackson. Loki.
He's in the back, on the edge of the bed, not panting. Hence why he's not being told to move to the back or stop. No, he got his head up and he's listening to the other dog. Doing a good job of not barking. Yeah, you do a good job not barking. Yeah, he's doing a lot better about not barking when I'm out now, I've noticed. He does one bark and then stops. Waits a few minutes, does a bark and stops. Which, it's not barking, but it's definitely a lot better. And that's not going to get us in the same kind of trouble. That was an interesting one. So what's got you worked up today, Jackson? You didn't do nothing. He just gave Loki a dirty look for no reason. It's like, he didn't do nothing.
YouTube. Oracle. Need a hug, Jackson.
That might not be the best idea. Not everybody's very good about hugs when angry. I am definitely not one. If I'm angry, no touchy. And I have to be legitimately angry, not just kind of irritated. Every now and then there's a day where I'm just feeling prickly. Those days I don't want to touch either, but that's different. That one's due to a physical sensation, not an emotional one. Yeah.
I mean it, so I remove your ass and okay. I'm not playing. Go to the back. Lay it out. There you continue.
YouTube. Oracle. A hug from me is like a Hallmark card. I send the very best.
Oh, I know.
YouTube. Hinson
Argue
Jackson. Lol. Needed a hug earlier. When I was feeling depressed and down.
That is a good time to look.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. What's Loki doing wrong now?
I went to go back and go pee. He decides that I'm gonna start panting right here on the edge of the bed.
YouTube. Oracle. Well, him a good hugger and sending the R1 Jackson.
That's why I just had him move. He's still panting, and I'm not going to stop him. That's why I gave him the option. It's like, dude, it's either move or stop. You're not going to shake the trailer like crazy. Well, now he stopped panting, period. Now he's actually got a place where his head can be put down too. He can lay down his head down. Not that I'm trying to get him to do so. Rain expected this evening. Helpless people on subway trains scream, oh God, as he looks in on them. Up a bus and he throws it back down. It's a race through the building so the center of town.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Thank you, Oracle Bro.
Oh no. He said he's got to go. Go, go, Godzilla. Oh no. There goes Tokyo. Go, go, Godzilla. Mm. Hughes.
YouTube. Oracle. My pleasure.
That's why I don't take you out with many other dogs, bud.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I hold chicken wings in the air fryer.
Nice. Yeah, that's why I don't take you out with other dogs, dude. I don't want you to get hurt. Or you to accidentally hurt somebody else. Because you're a big boy and you don't quite realize it. Alright. Come on. Keep your pot. I know you want it. Good job not pushing the garbage can. Good boy. Did you want someone else? Is that what you're trying to say too? He's like, I don't know. Loki. The heater's right there. You're sitting in front of it. It's going to be hotter out here.
YouTube. Oracle and wings.
I'm just saying that because you come out here and start panting worse. I mean, it's not a bad thing out here. It's not. You can pant out here and it's not an issue. Don't swat the puppy. I know. I know. You didn't do nothing. He's being a brat.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Oracle Right.
I like wings, but at the same time I don't. Because me eating wings makes people uncomfortable. I'm one of those people, when I have chicken on bone, I clean the bone. I've had a few people go, no, you don't eat chicken wings.
Hinson Jackson, let me see my bro Loki.
You fucking clean the motherfuckers. They're ready for bleaching when you're done. Yeah. Like I said, I figured out why his panting shakes the trailer back there and not up here. What sucks is I don't really have a way to fix it.
YouTube, Oracle, there's a place near me that does damn good wings. Really made I want say it. Boo. Lol. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Loki.
Yeah, I've had a few people might say that line as well.
YouTube, Oracle, or puppets. Half eye swoop.
Kind of why I want to drift. Music's hitting me right.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I marinated the wings in Louisiana buffalo sauce.
Nice.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Rob those and some waffle fries.
Nice.
YouTube, Oracle. I'm a sucker for Carolina Gold. YouTube, Oracle. Screw leftover Dominoes. I'm coming over to Jackson's for dinner. YouTube, Hinson Jackson. What's Carolina Gold Oracle? YouTube, Hinson Jackson. You are both welcome though.
Thank you for the invite.
YouTube, Oracle, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and civet. It's more of a tangy mustard-based barbecue sauce.
Do you still have the Carolina White over there? Because, some odd years back, more than 10, Bullseye had put out a Carolina White barbecue sauce that was really fucking good. I mean, really fucking good. I loved the fact that it wasn't a tomato base. And that's one of my biggest issues with a lot of barbecue sauces, is that tomato base. A lot of them don't do a good job of getting that tomato taste out. That's how come I don't just do regular sloppy joes. I can't do all the tomato that's in Manwich. So what I do is I instead get my Manwich from a sloppy joes and add
YouTube, Oracle, wonder if that's like the Alabama white sauce.
I'm wondering. I don't know. All I know is it's fucking good. So they had it for a short amount of time. Yeah, whenever someone talks about barbecue sauce, that's the rarity that always pops in my head. It's like, this one was different, but it's really good. Yeah, my youngest brother and I got it as kind of a curiosity. And we were still looking for our main barbecue sauce at the time. About 4 months later, we found Sweet Baby Ray's. And there's not been many others since.
YouTube, Oracle, Mission Barbecue has a variety of sauces on the tables. There's a white one, it's good. YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Damn, I should have used my barbecue sauce instead of the buffalo sauce for the wings.
Damn! I'm definitely more of the barbecue over buffalo myself. Unless I can find the right buffalo. I am extremely picky about my buffalo sauce. I mean, for fucking real. Most buffalo sauces I've tried, I just don't like. Doesn't taste very good. Now, there's several other hot sauces I can do, but I'm really picky about buffalo. And I'm not gonna lie, personally, I'd rather have a good teriyaki. Not a sweet teriyaki, just a regular teriyaki. I know. I should get some asada steaks so I can do it with my teriyaki. That one's a sweet and spicy teriyaki. Oh crap! I have to get the jalapeno or the green salsa hot sauce. What I was getting. It's a jalapeno base. Very flavorful. Gets spicy pretty quick. And then there's another jalapeno sauce I get that looks like it's got a mustard base to it. But you don't taste mustard in it whatsoever. It might just be straight, pure blended jalapeno. But it's got a little bit more of a yellowier hue to it. So, I don't know. It's got more of that mustard hue than it does a jalapeno hue. Almost as if they mix some kind of mayo or cream with it, but it doesn't act that way at all. Quite literally, you put this stuff on your food and it kind of looks funny. Like, should I be eating this? He's usually really well behaved when he's out here, so I can put that beeper up. I ain't gonna need it. Come in, come in. Kind of sucks is I had to ban somebody in chat this morning during the news. I just won't sit here and listen to someone continually talk shit. It's like, if you can't come with facts, if you don't have the understanding, if you really don't have a clue, and you're not willing to stop and think and open your mind, you just want to keep going, I'm going to get to have enough of you, and you'll get your ass muted. Because I can't ban you on YouTube. Otherwise, that's bannable offense, not immutable. Just to be clear to all of those who continue to watch afterward and are not able to speak on YouTube, I apologize for that, and that is not my intention. It's one thing to me to speak behind someone's back. It's another thing to be able to be sitting there talking to them when they can't respond. But they have to sit there and listen to honestly, and I find that one to be a little bit more disrespectful. Even though I found this person to be very ignorant and arrogant, I did not feel they deserved that kind of disrespect. Yes, I did mean and continued to go on and finish what I was saying, which, again, was not happy about the fact that they
YouTube,
were not able
Hinson
to
Jackson. Bro, I'm so sick today.
What? What's going on? You're okay.
Just like you got a chance to be comfortable, so do I.
Yeah. You're alright.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I need to talk later.
Okay.
YouTube, Oracle, Dude Jackson. Sorry to hear that. Sending you good vibes. YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Thank you, Oracle. I need prayers now.
I would offer prayers, but I don't pray. I can send you the vibes, though. As well as knee and ear/shoulder later on.
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery.
Hi, Steph. How are you doing today?
YouTube, Steph Springs Nursery. I'm okay, open mouth smile.
Good. I've been posed a question that I need to figure out how I want to answer. Science is asking what I would like for my Twitch bot to do that's kind of unique to my channel. It's like, well, that's kind of a good question because I don't exactly know what all there is to do. But of course, he won't know until he tries.
Let's find out. Send misery. I don't care what you think as long as it's about me. The rest of us can find happiness in misery. Alright, I want to get some slides going. I'm not going to make an announcement or nothing. I'm just going to do it. Dragging up in my chest. Not the shit. And reality that sweet now. I don't care what you think. Long as it's about me. Happiness in misery. I don't care what you think as long as it's about me. Can find happiness in misery. How many people actually understand that line? Don't care just what you think, as long as it's about me. Don't care what you think, as long as it's about me. I don't care. Said I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I care. I don't care. I don't care what you think as long as it's about me. Rest of us find happiness in me. That's the part. It's always the final one, but it's trying to catch the final one. All right.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. You seem happy, Justin. I'm so glad.
I'm a little cross-faded, and I'm listening to some tunes that I really enjoy listening to. Most of the stuff upbeat and keeps me in a good mood. Yeah, this one isn't coffee. No. That's Monster and Steel Reserve Spiked Blackberry. And obviously no weed. Oh, while I'm here, I do need to make sure that I do skip everything. Because the crummy thing about running in public lobbies, I can't use mod vehicles. I gotta take the ones off. What?
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. What does prostrated mean?
Prostrated?
Oh, pew! You stinky girl! Cross-baited. Means I'm a little bit buzzed and a little bit stoned. Buzzed and a microdose would be the way to put it. Sorry. It can sound funny sometimes, I know it. Oh, I would love to leave that on there right now.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. I drank AS Strong Monster drink one time, and next thing I know I was crying on the floor. It made me so uncomfortable. I guess I can't handle that level of caffeine.
I was going to say, not everybody can handle having a monster. And that's not a diss on anybody. That's just a... It's not exactly a lightweight thing. I have had to learn that. For me, it basically is a lightweight thing, but that's me, not everybody. I've learned that I have a lot higher tolerance than most people. And I'm not exactly happy about it.
Steph Springs Nursery. You said you were feeling something. I couldn't understand what you said.
I knew I said I felt like drifting, which is what I've got in the game screen.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. Oh, okay, I get it.
Well, seems to go nowhere. You can do you go me. No need, no need. Don't care much till we come back. It just wasn't meant for me. Some folks just go straight and narrow. Turns out that life ain't right for me. 'Cause every time we cross state lines, that's we find on the other side. The twist of twice is great. It's hard time you and I got rolling. Some great stuff we just got be. That beat of band I thought you thought was stolen. Looked like hell, but felt like home to me. Yeah, okay. Only that's full. Noise makes it hard to see. You got your crazy mind. Soon going right. Inspiration's all we need. That's how you and I got rolling. Some places we just gotta be. That beat of rain, I thought you thought it stolen. Look like hell, felt like home to me.
YouTube. Steph Springs Nursery. Remember the response of the lyrics 3 minutes later.
Something else. That's not on the there. Hey. Gotcha. Yep. That's why I was like, wait a minute. And sometimes it's 3 minutes, sometimes it's instant. It kind of seems to depend how many people are watching versus a few other things. I don't quite understand it yet, but I do see a pattern to it. It can be up to 3 minutes. Sometimes it can be even as soon as 10 seconds. But it doesn't stay there for long. Just where this road will lead. And just to be clear, I'm really not trying to sing and fucking around. But I actually don't know how bad or good it actually sounds at the moment. I'm just enjoying myself. It goes down in California. The beach was down surfing on the sea. You know, stuff.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Sorry, bro, I was feeling happy.
What are you sorry? I'm feeling panicky about it. If you've got a panicky feeling, it's not something I'm sorry for. It's like, did you send me a message or did I miss it? No. Okay. I had to check after that call, mate. You're good, bud. I'm just a sucker for pain. If you're not comfortable here, it's one thing. Otherwise, you're not creating any issue. Not even close. Just remember, you can be yourself because you don't need to fret. It ain't like that. Into the flame. Snake just a sucker for pain. You up.
YouTube, Oracle, Jackson, you good? Need some Oracle? Lol.
And the flame to you. The same is the sucker for pain. I want to you down. I'm just a sucker for pain.
YouTube, Oracle, Mage is the angel of music.
I don't know what that. And through the flames, I'm I'm just a sucker for pain. More pain. Keep begging, 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 begging. Okay, that should be tuned good enough. Now we need to paint. Because we're not going to go with that delivery for this. That, on the other hand, though, I like. I can handle it. No drifting. Track racing? What? What's this track racing nonsense? No, she's not. Dub's high again. No, she's not. And there's space. I have to. Hello. I found another QC lobby. Okay. Unexpected. Or at least there's QC members here. Don't go away. Things go go.
YouTube. Oracle Mage Fist the Mage Signal Law.
No. Maybe we need to figure out what that looks like. And of course, I'm referring to the next signal. Come on, Tom, work properly, please. So you know we're drifting, but we cannot drift in speech. It doesn't work. Don't go away. Don't go away. Those rooms don't look bad on that. Claps! Love the angle. Speed's not too horribly fast either. Nice. Hey, look, somebody in one lane. Oh, Frost. Century, there's something mean to it. I need to sing to it. I don't really need a thing music. There's a limbo there, dude. Can't get pushy on limbo. See, as far as drifting goes, I can look at a run like this and go, there's at least 3 or 4 different lines I can use. I'm not just stuck on one line. I choose one line for the challenge, or one lane in this case. I'm surviving. I was thinking to read. Now I'm driving. Where you hiding? Screw that. Beautiful day. Body's a little loose. I need to stiffen up suspension just a little bit. And we'll stop having that body shake. And my string comes again. You know, being count to 10. You call me. Oh shit! Almost everybody left. And as the world keeps spinning around. Keep spinning around. I don't know whether to say you got to have a decent amount of skill to be able to hold doors with me or not. I'm not really the one to judge how I am as a lead as far as tanning goes. I know not everybody can. Not everybody has the ability to win lane, which I have a pretty strong habit to. Ah, I lost it. So let's go back to that. This way you guys get a good idea of how much angle I'm actually using. Alright, I would have gone around you, but. We'll see. Ah. Is that the first or second time this opponent's pulling this out? Definitely not the strongest. Of course. Right. But I'm kind of used to it. Puppet on string. Okay, come on. That was kind of a nice one. Yes, it is. used to do. Some think that drifting is lack of control. In reality, it's about other control. And it has a flow. It very much does. It is an art style. Just like painting, no two artists are the same. Some of them don't even realize the art. Not sure I'm the one you want to follow, but threw him off. Manners matter. Right to the hum, nice. Hitting some lag. Ah, too much. I knew that was out. Yeah, that'll be getting too easy. I make too much money playing online. I go into lobbies like that, and come out 300K richer every time. It's kind of funny.
YouTube, Oracle, nice.
If only it was real money. I mean, for real. 300,000 for like 2-hour drift show? I deal with the pain that I have to deal with for driving to do that. That'd be worth it. Of course, I wouldn't have to do them very often, but it's just too cool. As much as I like that light. Ouch. Man. He's like, I know what's going on. We play like that all the time. He's like, shh. Seriously, looking at just like, really? Dude, I know. You used to do that to me all the time. It became a game, but it was fun. But you're not trying to do that right now, you're just teasing me. He can act like a real dumbass, but he's not. No, you're not a dum-dum.
I don't know why you act that way sometimes, but you definitely not a jump jump. No, you're not a jump jump. What's up, mister? What's up? Well, I mean, you shouldn't lay like that. He's like the heater's hitting you right in the face. I don't think it really is. No, it's not. You beat a goob. You beat a goob. Maybe.
No, I'm taking pretty much. Let me know. Actually, might have sausage corn dogs there. Primarily because right at the moment I just don't feel like washing my hands. And I definitely do that for you.
But you do it when I'm under your spell. There. See something on the side. Understand I need a thing. What do you think you do? Perfect. So, I now have a
YouTube,
Blackberry
Vincent Jackson,
Green Biscuit.
Justin Brew.
Yes. I am going to turn you guys up a little bit. Oh, no wonder you were a little far down. What's up, Jackson? Did I take it on? Well, one, I wouldn't want to use it right now. Two, I don't know if it's on. Pretty sure. No, because nobody else has. And I'm not blaming y'all on YouTube for that one. I can't blame anyone for not wanting to go over to Twitch.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm not doing well, bro.
Depression, panic attack, what's going on? I mean, you can always hit me up on Discord too. That way you don't have to say it all in the open if you don't want. Yeah. Text me on Discord though. So that way, have you already? Yeah, go ahead and send me a text on Discord. Then we can chit chat about it. Not right off directly on stream. If that's what you want. If you can feel comfortable talking about it here, cool. But if you're not, don't. Hit me up on Discord.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm just feeling unwell, brother. YouTube, Oracle. Here for you too, Hinson Jackson.
Damn typos anyway.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Thank you, Oracle.
It's not just unwell, and I know it. It's going to be something along the lines of something's not right, or something's not comfortable. Your body's not just going to sit there and make you feel funky without a reason. That's what sucks with having a disconnect from your physical body. It doesn't always like to tell you what's going on. At least not directly.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I love this community, it helps me.
Good. I would hope so, honestly.
Like I've said a few times, that's kind of the main reason I'm here. I mean, technically, if you want to go about it, I was the collector of the odd people, so to speak. Wasn't originally what I was doing. I just got along with the oddballs and learned that, hey, I like these people. Who else is out there? I don't have trouble taking the time to understand people. And that kind of helps me in this regard. I tend to be the oddity people collector just because I'm so odd. I am 100% alt-life. For real. If you haven't figured that out yet. No, if you haven't figured that out yet, you haven't figured that out yet. There's nothing more to that comment.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Justin bro, I'm just feeling uneasy about my life and work. I just feel like I haven't done enough in life. My sister and brother have kids and good lives. I have no children and just feel down, no wife.
Okay. I'm going to stop you as far as the kids thing goes. You don't need kids to be successful or feel good about yourself. If you want kids, that's different. Don't look at society's form of doing things and being something in the same light. Because that is different for every person on what that is. I mean, case in point, look at me. I am technically living a childhood dream right now. It's a funky way, but still is.
YouTube, Oracle, you and Jackson are incredible. I'm on Discord, Jackson, if y'all wanna add me too.
Was named completely the same order? Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Yep. No, I will take care of that. Maybe. I'm going to send you both the server invite. This is my own personal server for Discord.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I have a home and good paying job, but bro, I want my parents to meet my children as they have met my brothers and sisters. I just feel like the black sheep. YouTube, Oracle, don't compare yourself to everyone else. You have your own successes to celebrate, dude.
Yeah.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Oracle, thank you, brother.
But Oracle's 100% right on that one. And that's what I was getting at. Now, I sent you both an invite to the Wisdom or Madness server, which is my personal Discord server. That's kind of where this place
YouTube,
where everybody can
Oracle,
meet
just accepted mage.
too. But that's kind of, that server is meant for this. That's where I also have the SGS server, which is the gaming community. Not to say that you guys wouldn't possibly be allowed there if you so wanted. Just to be clear.
clogged.
YouTube. Oracle. I can always lay cards for you too, Jackson, if you ever feel like it.
I'd rather not drink it. Especially considering it's gonna be tobacco water. There we go. I had to clean my bubbler out.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. My parents are seeing my brother's twins that are 2 years old. They tell me they want to see them as much as possible for them to remember them before they pass. YouTube. Oracle. Damn mage in behind on the fades. Got a catch-up goal. YouTube. Hinson Jackson. And that makes me feel like I want them and they want to meet me children too before they pass.
Yeah, I can understand that. Again, my only warning would be make sure you want kids. It's not something for everyone. Some people just can't handle it. My mother was one, my blood mother. She tortured me and fucking spoiled the shit out of my sister. Not understanding any kind of difference. What? I get it loaded and you look right back at me. Dude. What? If you're hot, your bed's back there where it's cool. I'm not turning off the heater because you want to be hot. I would like to be comfortable.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I'm sorry guys, I'm just venting.
There's nothing wrong with venting. That's kind of what you're supposed to... Kind of why we're here, dude. What friends are for. To vent to and get a different insight. A little bit of information possible. Not necessarily to change your opinion. I am never going to tell somebody don't have kids. My son is the best thing that's ever happened.
YouTube. Oracle. I can kinda understand your feelings, Jackson. I'm the rainbow sheep of the family. No BF. Single. No kids. My brother no kids either or a GF. Moms don't think she'll see grandkids. So she has her days.
I think I need to redo TTS real quick. Open up my eyes, I saw the sign. Yeah, if you can't vent here, where else can you vent, bud? For real. Don't feel bad about venting.
I would rather hear your vent than have you keep it up, bottled up. Shit. Just because it's my channel doesn't mean I'm the only one who can do it. As much as I hate saying this, I may be the star of the channel, but you guys are part of it too. You're a big part of it. You guys matter. I don't care what your background is. Everybody matters. It can be good, it can be bad. Most of the time, it's not bad. You gotta earn that shit. I don't go into a situation thinking somebody's gonna be bad. I go into every situation different.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I appreciate you, bro.
I appreciate you guys. Especially you. Oracle, Salvo. My regulars, you guys are fucking awesome. If you can't be yourselves here, I'm not doing my job right. As much of a job as this is, I am not doing my job right. There's plenty of event spaces for normies and normal type people. This is a space where the black and rainbow sheep can vent, relax, and be themselves. My ass be black, white, and purple. Wait a minute. I just realized. The non-binary flag is the colors of a bruise. Yellow, purple, white, black.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, I'm shedding tears right now, man, and I haven't done that in so long.
It's a good thing to do. I don't give a fuck what they say. Grown men fucking cry. At least if they're any kind of mentally stable, they cry. I hate that grown men don't cry bullshit. Mentally unstable people shouldn't, or have a better chance of not crying. Someone who's not mentally right upstairs. It is a sign of having sanity to cry.
YouTube, Oracle, you're the whole constellation mage. Like I feel you and Mage are like our own little band of brothers. Like yeah, we ain't met, but I look forward to seeing you and Mage on here. I feel a good vibe.
I try to make sure that vibe sticks. Because I'm not the only one who needs it. And I know it. Ugh.
YouTube, Oracle, and connection to you guys. So bro, we got you.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to vent. You're a mod too. I wouldn't let Science and Omen vent and not let you vent. I wouldn't let Demon vent and not let you vent. That ain't right. And guess what? They vent too. I'm not venting. I ain't got no problem with it. At least I know it's in a safe place. At least I know they're not going to get absolutely having their ass chewed because of the emotional...
YouTube, Oracle, little brother hugs T. Jackson.
Jackson, have you thought of using music therapy? Or a form of mood stabilizer? I don't want you to keep sucking tobacco down in there. Don't fog. Jackson. Good friends, though. I mean good friends, not fake friends. Not people that want to act like they're your friend and care about you. People that actually do.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Someone told me to listen to frequency sounds on YouTube that will help me. I believe it was you.
Not frequency sounds, no. I would have expressed musical therapy. Straight up figuring out what music fits each mood for you. You can then use songs that have an in-between as a way to help transition your mood over. It's something I've taken quite a lot of time to study and implement. Especially if I'm pissed off or depressed, I'm really down in the dumps, I'll throw on my angry music. I'll throw on my fucking metal and hard rock. Stuff that's all pissed off and whatnot. That depression will become anger. That anger then becomes expelled. The energy is expelled. And I become exhausted. And can go to sleep. As to where, if I'm angry otherwise, if I'm pissed off, I cannot sleep. I have to calm down.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Money and good living doesn't bring happiness, bro. I've learned this.
No, it doesn't. Good friends do. Good relationships. And sometimes those relationships are with a family that aren't actually blood. Sometimes it's just good friends that might as well be family.
YouTube, Oracle, that's great advice, mage. I use music and color therapy.
I don't quite get color therapy just yet. I don't
YouTube,
understand the
Oracle,
premise.
preach.
But then again, maybe the color therapy is just not quite right for me. But that's why you'll catch me doing things like throwing on drift in my EDM and getting drifting, because it's got that nice upbeat. If you're feeling okay, it can get you to feeling pretty decent. If you're not, it's not going to quite work.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I have over $70,000 in my bank account and own a home. And still I'm not mentally okay.
Well, I don't mean to be one way or the other, but of course not. I don't mean that rudely. I mean that with the utmost respect. Because that is 100% correct. It's not. It's not what makes happiness. And I try to get a lot of people to realize that. Money is not that big of a deal.
And you don't realize it until it's too late. So you've already done the work and got the money, and you're just like, hey, what the fuck? This actually really fucking sucks! Honestly, if it wasn't for several people that I've met and talked to, I wouldn't have known that. If it wasn't for the spiritual side of whatnot for the Tibet that I learned from Tibetan monks, well, my uncle who taught me learned from Tibetan monks. I need to put that properly. The balance of positive and negative emotions doesn't come from material, but spiritual. And this is also, once again, part of the reason why I so much am outspoken about making sure any martial art you learn has the spiritual side taught as well. Because it's a big deal. The spiritual side of it isn't even so much religion as it is philosophy. Or giving you another way to think about things. An alternative thought. That you wouldn't necessarily go to yourself. And honestly, that's a good part of the reason why my ass has not been in trouble with the law. Because trust me, there are so many times that I would very easily have popped off. Is that what a lot of it comes down to? If so, I can give you a good set of words that actually might make a difference. That too late isn't too late for the rest of your life. It's just, you're already at that. You're already at the point of absolute suckage. Doesn't mean that you can't still
Hinson Jackson. I'm about to just come chill with you in the trailer, bro, lol.
The only thing would be having to figure out how to get around the whole 10 o'clock no visitors thing. I would have to talk to park management and see how much that would be. But again, that bad. Of course, knowing my ass, I would suffer for the week because I'm stubborn ass and give the guests the bed. Then I will happily take the floor. Even if it hurts me.
YouTube. Oracle. Hey, I want to be in the trailer too. Lol. YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Loki is gonna have to sleep in the kitchen LMAO.
Oh, good luck. If you were back on that bed, he'd more likely be back there with you.
YouTube. Oracle. Don't forget me.
This is gonna be a bitchy trailer. It's only a 25 foot. It's not very big. If my table and whatnot wasn't here, there would technically be enough room for 3 to 4 people, depending on girth. I've always felt that girth is a lot more respectful way to put it. because it doesn't just mean fat. It can refer to being big boned as well. Or even muscular. Because it's just a reference to a measurement, not a part of the body. Not like cellulose, which is fat, or muscle tissue, or whatnot. And my youngest brother has weight issues after being on Adderall for a few years. He absolutely loved how well he could focus on it. And whatnot. Otherwise,
YouTube, Oracle, Girth. Mind gutted LMAO.
I figured. I figured one of you would. Honestly, I should probably do a robo stream and get up some money to get some fucking beds. Don't exactly want to, but I know mom and dad are hurt for money, and I'm certainly hurt for money. I'm still kind of surprised I haven't been charged by T-Mobile for this month's internet yet. I'm waiting for it. I've got the money there. It's waiting.
YouTube, Oracle, leave it to the gay one.
No. It was crossing my mind as I was saying. Besides, gay guys are just more willing to say it. A lot of straight guys are afraid that if they say something like that, oh, you're gay. What?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Oracle, you definitely joining us. I'm not gay, but you're awesome, bro.
You don't have to be. That's just it. Friggin' the most that's ever going to happen between the three of us might be some fucking platonic cunt. And that could be anything from a group hug to just chilling, sitting on the couch, chilling, gaming, whatnot, just fucking shoulder to shoulder. No, I very much still am of the high school mentality of if I can get my buddies together for the weekend and we could have fucking TV and shit and whatnot. Game weekend and Saturday night cartoons is fucking happening again. Watch some fucking Adult Swim and Toonami while we play some video games. Just relax and have a good time. Fucking help each other out if we have trouble with the games and just chill. Because that shit is one of my best memories.
YouTube, Oracle, R in blushing shucks. Dot and friendly cuddles, please.
You know, I really need to start brushing up and actually work on becoming a dungeon master. Dungeons and Dragons. Because we could quite literally play here on stream.
YouTube, Oracle, dude, he'd love to do an 80s Saturday cartoon night. He's such a nerd.
Guilty as charged. You will wake your sleep. Did you wake? Okay. I couldn't tell. Loki's laid on the floor. It looked like his eyes were rolled back and he might have been sleeping, but his actual eyelids were open. I'm like, "You're sleeping?" He's like, "No, it's okay." It's like, "Okay."
YouTube. Oracle, I'm a D&D player.
I'm a D&D player. I'm just not very good at it as far as stat sheets and shit. The whole creating a character sheet, I've got to have a lot of help. Otherwise, I'm not bad. I am definitely one of those, though, that you have to be careful. I will pull some Mimi parody shit. One time my DM had the gall to give me a flying carpet and a Vorpal sword. I was a dwarven warrior. Well, let's just say there were some guards killed by half of a guard. Oh, that shit got crazy. The whole thing was, we were there at a spot attending a wedding. I don't even remember why it got twisted, why it went crazy.
YouTube. Oracle. But like, okay, let me ask you and Jackson. Do you think it's okay for guys to cuddle in a friendly way? I love to cuddle. So do you play 5th edition?
That's more than one question, and they're on different, varying subjects. I do consider friendly or platonic cuddles to be alright, yes. As long as both parties are comfortable. And, like I said, it can take me a little bit to get comfortable. Even my little youngest brother, who, as I told you before, I have cuddled with. Freaking... It took me a while to get used to him. When we got to know each other well enough, which honestly took a couple of years, not a problem. Whenever he was feeling down, I'd stop what I was doing, fucking go over and
YouTube.
cuddle.
Oracle. Sorry, high brain. YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Oracle, I will be honest. No, I do not think it's okay to cuddle with another male. However, I have no issues with someone doing so. But if you want to hang out and chill, I'm good with it.
Okay, so you're not quite comfortable with it. That's cool. So, Oracle, if you're going to cuddle, it'll end up being me. Not that you have issue with that. But that is as far as it'll go. And I mean that with the utmost respect. Not quite yet. Sweet. Just making my last little bit of flour last longer, which is kind of nice. Because, like I showed on stream last night, that's what's left.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I'd hang out with you guys cuddling though.
That's what I figured you were saying. For the first little while, for sure, it would.
YouTube. Oracle. I respect that in Hell's yeah it'd be chill and hang. Oh yes, I agree mage on all that.
At first, it would probably be Oracle hanging on me before I got comfortable. I'm not gonna lie. And for the first little bit, I would be a little stiff. Just kind of until I got comfortable.
my little brother had to deal with that too. And that's partially because most of the time in my life when I've been touched, it was aggressive. I had to kind of come to terms. And that's why sometimes I still feel prickly. And at that time, you're likely to find me putting my spikes on. Just because it's the easiest way to tell people, I don't want to be touched without having to tell people I don't want to be touched. It might be considered a little passive-aggressive, but I feel it better than just going, don't touch me! Arrgh! There was one time, though, I was wearing a pair of spiked gloves I had. I put the spikes right on the knuckles.
YouTube. Oracle. I know how to respect boundaries and I make no apologies of my sassy and sarcastic self. But I expect it back, lol.
Understandable. But yeah, I stopped by my buddy's house, see what was going on. Went to greet each other, went to fist bump. And I had the spikes on both hands. I went to go like this, and we're both like, whoa! No. We don't want to do that. At the same moment, we both stopped, like, no.
YouTube. Oracle. Dude just lost it on your growls, lol.
Yeah, when I don't want to be touched, I don't want to be touched. And I can be pretty direct about it. Sometimes I'm able to make the joke, and I prefer to make the joke than to be gory like that. If you've played Call of Duty Black Ops, you might recognize the line, "No touchy, I have issues." All the lines of Call of Duty, that is my favorite. And it's from zombies. Nikolai. But honestly, of the 4 zombie characters, Nikolai was my favorite. I loved Nikolai's attitude. Now, would I trust Nikolai on everything? Oh, fuck, no. Everything I've learned about Nikolai? I'd be watching Nikolai pretty good anytime I was around him. But then again, that's just that one character. Or the video game representation of said character. Cup is so much lighter when I use 2 hands. I can use half the strength in both hands and it's still lighter.
YouTube, Oracle, Sane Mage. I have my bouts of no touchy lol, but I dunno, I crave being cuddled and just love it. Like feel like a kitty curled up on a lap vibe.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. I very much have the coin flip there. But yeah, if I'm in that much of a mood and am not able to get the joke out, I'm going to be putting my spikes on. And that can kind of, even that in and of itself can help me get to the point where I can do that, the joke. Because having my spikes on literally is a comfort thing for me. If I wanted to be comfortable in a space that's not my own, the spikes in my top hat. My fucking black boots, black pants, and a black top. Preferably an overcoat. Or leather jacket. Honestly, my ideal look would be stovepipe hat. Just a top hat.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I have a gay cousin who is married to another male. So I'm not uncomfortable at all. YouTube, Oracle, dude, if we do a game on Discord for real, in
Alright. Jackson, just so you know for the future, that is not a good argument. I'm not upset with you or anything. Don't get me wrong. You're not getting chastised. I'm just giving you a little bit of advice for the future. That's not a very strong argument. But does at least point that way. You're not far from the course. To be real. Oh, fuck. I don't know if y'all even know. I was asked to hold position of the BBG for a D&D campaign party of streamers. The problem with it, for me, was the fact that it was set in Star Wars universe and the BBG was technically an underling. Which I don't really know how to do an evil underling.
YouTube, Oracle, Mage, it's all about comfort and it's kinda like an armor in a way. YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Well, how about this? I've learned not to be homophobic as I've grown older.
That's fair. Honestly, that's fair.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. How about my BBC LMAO?
Maybe choke on that one a little bit. Finally, my community is finding me on that post. It's about time. I was tired of fighting that battle by myself. So, Oracle, you weren't here to hear any of it.
YouTube, Oracle, LMAO Jackson. LMAO.
But on Twitter, there was
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Bro heard the BBC and instantly started choking on it. LMFAO.
Oh, fuck you. But there was a post on Twitter. Who do you like better, Chucky or Art the Clown? And first off, I'm an Art fan. I love Terrifier. Art's a fucking badass. Art is what Pennywise wishes he could be. But Art is also a mime, not a clown. And I was having to fight with these people because they were like, his name's Art the Clown! His name's Art the Clown! No. It says all he's known by is Art the Clown. Not that he is a clown.
YouTube, Oracle, LMFAO, and shaking my head. Also, gins have to give you some pointers on how not to choke on it.
I'm not going to go there. I'm going to put this little bit out there. I was bi-curious at one point. Was. I was kind of one of those people that don't knock it till you try it. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't necessarily take that one so literally. But no, literally, I am not physically attracted to the male body. But that being said, that also means I'm in the right territory for trans women.
YouTube, Oracle, Meiji just haven't had my lucky charms lol.
I don't want your lucky charm. Sorry, Oracle. Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about that story here. I don't want to talk about that experience here. Not right now. Like I said, though, I did explore. Didn't like exactly what I found.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Lemfound.
Oracle, even you would say I made a rookie mistake. Let me put it to you that way. And I'm going to leave that at that. Ask me about it on Discord in private, and I'll tell you. That's different. It goes to you as well, Jackson, if you really want to know. I don't suspect that's the case, though. If I'm wrong, don't bother me. You guys have earned the trust. Got a little bit down the wrong pipe in that last step.
YouTube, Oracle, ooh.
Got that time.
IRHINK, I know. YouTube,
Possible.
Oracle, oh my.
Quite possible. Let's just say I was up Washington State way. And in the drug scene. At that point in time, my drug of choice was crack cocaine. Even my partner at the time couldn't believe that I was into
YouTube.
that.
Hinson Jackson. He doesn't want your Lucky Charms, but he would love the Fruity Pebbles rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Asshole. And Oracle, if this ever starts to feel more than
YouTube.
joking, let us
Oracle,
know.
that was meant to be think. Also, BRBI got electronics out to potty.
I knew it meant to be think. So that's your puppy's name. Onyx. I like it. I will ask when you get back why. Or what the inspiration is. Because otherwise, it looks like you've got a rock snake for a pet.
YouTube. Oracle, Jackson LMFAO. Dude, you hit mega bonus points for that LMFAO. YouTube. Hinson Jackson. LMAO Justin love ya bro.
I know it. You're good. That's why I started laughing right away. Dude. The thing to worry about is if I don't laugh afterwards. If I say fuck you, or you're an asshole, or whatnot, and I laugh afterwards, you're completely good. If there's at least a chuckle, you're definitely still good. If my face twists up as a kind of confusion or whatnot, then there might be something going on I might not understand or whatnot. But no, I'm not just going to get angry about shit. Life is too short. There is too many good things about life to be had, even if you're single. And that's kind of why I don't sit here and subscribe to have a good life, you have to have a wife, kids, and yard, or a partner, kids, or even a partner in a house you own, or money, or whatnot. So I don't subscribe to that. Most of my life, I've had a chance to talk to the older folks, ones towards the end of their lives, and listen to what they say they've regretted about not doing. And guess what I found out? What we're doing here, was what they regretted not doing. As far as relationships go, they regretted not being good and fluid.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I'm going to get a pizza, bro, BRB.
Alright. I'm busy chit-chatting, not drifting. Can you do my tour down tonight? I think so. Oh, how am I supposed to keep hitting? You can move away. Come on, boomer. Come on, boomer boy. You always love those pet/scripts. Noticed.
I swear, it's like I'm the only one that can do that just right for you. I swear, Dad, get your ears right, I get your nose right. Do they really want to put moves? I mean, I do have it. Oh. So technically, I could have no breakfast burritos instead.
Wouldn't have where to wash the pan. I'd have to take a stab and say, oh, this is a pop. If I was to take a guess, either a black lab or a For some reason, I don't see Oracle as a poodle person. No. Honestly, I see Oracle as kind of a husky pup person. Husky, corgi, maybe Chihuahua. Not so much. I'll find out.
Oh, hell yeah.
YouTube, you cannot monetize this stuff because it's got copyrights. And
I got no problem with that. No, it's a dirty word, never gonna say it first. Just it's not never crosses my mind. Your friends alone. Yeah, they just want to say. It's for the simple it's for the ecstasy. X is just to mark the spot, that's the one you really want. Sex is always the answer. It's never a question. The answer yes. All the answers yes. Not just a suggestion. The point is yes. Yes. Wonder what's up under there. Wonder if I'll ever have it under matter. Set you free, you want me. Make the second you're done. It's for the symphony, it's for the ecstasy. This is just the market's pocket, that's the one you really want. Yes, sex is always the answer, it's never a request. The answer is yes, or the answer is yes. Just as
YouTube, Oracle, and Impact.
welcome back, Oracle. So, what is Onyx?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yo, welcome. My serious boy? Okay. Mysterious boy. Gotcha. That's a good way to write it. Kudos. Or props. Always the answer is never a question. That would be me. What is on it? Thank you for the follow, Mysterious. And for some reason, it would appear my TTS decided it was going to quit all its stream a second off that fire back up. Oops. There we go.
I'm gonna support UDW, buddy.
Okay. Thanks for the word, man.
Alright, good night, bro.
Good night, bro.
YouTube. Oracle. Oh, shush is a Yorkie poo.
Yorkie. Ooh! Okay. Okay. I was sitting here thinking to myself while you were letting Onyx out, it's like, what are you expecting to happen? I was wondering, because I was sitting here thinking to myself, I don't see Oracle being a straight poodle person. Going by name, I would say either Black Lab, Corgi, or Husky. But a Yorkie. I could have. I'm not too surprised on the Yorkie side, and kind of curious as to how she looks because of that. I didn't see you as a straight poodle person. I just didn't. I've known a few poodle owners, to be pretty straight. I knew a poodle dachshund mixed up wasn't the brightest bulb. I mean, if you were to give this guy a treat, he would shove your hand down his throat. And gag on your hand. I'm just like, dude, I get it, you're trying not to bite me, but I don't really want my hand down your throat.
Oracle. My last one was a Chihuahua Cavalier mix.
Ooh. That was the other one I wasn't sure a direct breed of I would see for you. Nice. I didn't give me anything to replace my drink that I finished. I'm gonna grab Monster.
YouTube. Oracle. Dude, I sent you pics on Discord of her, I think.
You might have, and I'm just being foolish. Actually, I think you did. Yeah, you did. She was sitting on your chest when you was taking a picture. Second of the three. Honestly, I would have loved the chance to meet the Golden Girls. That would have been fucking awesome. Especially Betty.
YouTube. Oracle. I have to have smaller breeds in my apt. But yeah, I'd love big dogs.
I can get you there. Yeah, I would have loved to have had a chance to meet Betty White. Betty was badass.
Oracle, okay, I can send more lol.
You're good. I got to see her. I do like the fact she's got more of the Yorkie build and the poodle fur. That's kind of cool. Now that tastes the way it's supposed to. She want the
YouTube. Oracle, oh hell yeah, I'd love to have met him too.
Betty was a badass though. For real. I miss that gal. Honestly, now that I think about it, Betty White was the female Robin Williams. Think about it for a second.
No, she was way better, LMAO.
Robin kept a lot of his stuff to himself, though, Science. She was a lot more outspoken and awesome about it. I am not going to argue that one. That would be foolish. Yeah, Betty was not afraid. Betty was not afraid at all. Well, that's part of the thing that made her so fucking badass. You're not wrong about that one, Science. Not at all. So, to answer your Discord question, I think I might have an idea. The problem is...
YouTube. Oracle, true 100% and Rue and Betty worked together before. Also, did you know that she and Rue audience for each other's roles?
No! No, I didn't. That would kind of explain why there were some similarities. Hell yeah. Yeah, the main reason why I will always sit there and think of Robin to Betty is because of Robin's role in Birdcage. He did so fucking well. I cannot think of that movie and not think of Robin.
YouTube. Oracle, yes indeed, and knowing is half the battle.
Mm-hmm. Go, Joe. Yes, I'm old enough to have still seen one. In its time. I still prefer the Transformers one, where it was actually Optimus, and typically Optimus and fuck was his name? It wasn't Bumblebee.
YouTube. Oracle, yeah, Betty and Rue were on Mama's Family.
God, that's another one. I can barely remember Mama's Family. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for that. Holy fuck. I completely forgot about Mama's Family. Seriously. Holy shit. That little mouse, I'm an albatross.
YouTube. Oracle. I have the G. Joe movie. That was epic.
I haven't seen the G.I. Joe movie. The live action one, I haven't seen it. Honestly, I was a fan of the cartoons, and I was like, no, I'm not going to have that image
YouTube.
ruined.
Oracle, you're welcome.
Not little mouse, 'cause I'm an albatross. I'm an albatross. God, I'm gonna have to fucking watch that shit again. It's been too fucking long. Shit. I've actually seen episodes of Mork and Mindy. I'm not old enough to have seen episodes of Mork and Mindy. At least not remember it. I do. No, Robin Williams is one of my major
YouTube.
comedy mentors.
Oracle. Oh no, I meant the cartoon one. The live action one sucked in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you, again. I saw the ads, the movie trailer for it, I'm like, no. Fucking no. Mm-mm. Nope. I'll stick to my cartoon, thank you. I'll stick to the old school memory.
YouTube. Oracle. Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, loved Murder, She Wrote. For me, it was Murder, She Wrote as the top of the two, followed by Matlock. And then Perry Mason. I'm not gonna lie. Not about that shit. Perry, I like that. I very much like Perry Mason. Even at a young age, I was very much into the intellectual
YouTube.
thought stuff.
Oracle and the Father Downing Mysteries. Friday the 13th, the series.
Welcome to prime time. You just happened to pick my favorite horror character to mention. Or reference, sorry. Wait a minute. Friday's fucking Jason. Stop it, brain. Jason's my number 2. That's why my brain's like, nee. My brain's like, woo, Friday the 13th. Believe it or not, Friday the 13th is why my son was born on April 13th. Because Hope's Thoughts and Theories is he'll have a Friday the 13th birthday at least once in his life. I don't think I've told either of you my son's name.
YouTube. Oracle. The Cosby Show. Bosom Buddies. Family Ties. Facts of Life.
Facts of Life and Family Ties were very much big ones for me. I preferred Family Matters over Family Ties. I liked the dysfunction of Urkel. And yeah. I was a little bit more chill version of Urkel when I got around to
YouTube. Oracle.
Think
Bonus
I'd be-
points on Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 reference.
I'm a huge freaking Freddy fan. I will take that Nightmare Demon almost any day. I love his smartassness. That's always been one of my big things with Freddy. I mean, never mind the fact that with everything I know, I would turn him into a bitch. But at the same time, I'd also be one of those, but Freddy. I've got some better targets for you. I hated the remake. The whole premise of the fucking remake from Friday the 13th. And Freddy's character. I mean, not Friday the 13th. Blah! Nightmare on Elm Street. And Freddy's character. Fucking turning him into a pedophile? What the fuck? I get that was an original idea, and they decided against it. Doesn't mean you should go through with it. They decided against it because they found a better alternative.
YouTube. Oracle. I did meet Kane Hodder, Jason, and he was a total douche canoe.
Oh!
Way disappointed to have met him.
That sucks. Kind of glad I haven't. My ex was a huge Kane Hodder fan. I mean, huge. I myself, just the Jason character, I was a fan of. Personally, I think there's a lot of better actors out there. As a matter of fact, on the horror front, I would say Art was a lot better.
YouTube. Oracle. Yeah, the remake sucked.
I didn't watch it intentionally. I heard the premise, I saw the previews, and I was like, fuck you! That's not Freddy! That's not Freddy! That reminds me, I need to get a TV, get my PlayStation hooked up so I can keep streaming FNAF Security Breach. Or Five Nights at Freddy's. Because that's the one I don't own on PC. Well, that and newer couple ones. My ex was pissy because I wanted to get into Security Breach because it was the only open world one. Which is my jam. She's like, you need to play the other ones. Like, no, I don't. I don't need to play the stuck in one spot jump scares to get the idea. I've watched that so many times and gotten the experience I need from it. Not to mention the fact that you are constantly running through the fucking theories of it and whatnot for me to be able to get all this information. No, I'm ready for Security Breach. And I was. They've got a little bit more puzzle stuff than I'm used to. As of recently. It's kind of reminding me of, the old Tomb Raider games.
Oracle. So I was near the front of the line to meet him. He was over 2 hours late to the show because he was over-partied from the con show the night before. And he would only sign my DVD. I asked about him.
Did it cut you off, or did you stop for it?
YouTube.
Okay.
Oracle. Pick, and he said to get back in line, he has to hurry the line along.
So yeah, he was more worried about the money than the fans. And I hate seeing it. Really, I do. And that kind of shit in my book. Why'd you even do it? For real. If you're not going to care about your fans, why did you do it? But that's a personal opinion. Maybe that's just too much of an artist's opinion. I don't know. Stuff like that, I would be in it for the art, not the money. If I was to get into acting, I would be doing it for the art. And for entertaining people, not for the fucking money. Uh-oh. Oh, I might have to run back to the bathroom. But I might, I think I need to. Which means I'm going to put him back in the back. He just passed out. Alright, buddy. We don't need to. We don't need to. No. No. I have a feeling the bathroom cleaning schedule is no longer going to get in the way now that the time changes happen. Or if it does, it'll be a lot less often. I actually had to talk to the one of the park managers today. Because last night when I went down to the bathroom, somebody had smoked weed in there. And turned off the bathroom light. That was about 11:30 last night here. But I let them know. They're like, don't tell anybody. And I was like, oh, I didn't. I'm telling you because you guys don't know what's the matter in this scenario. So yeah, I smoke weed, but I keep the shit in my trailer like I'm supposed to. Because there's other people that come to the campgrounds that don't like it or find it offensive, which is odd. You find weed offensive. I got a few things to say to you. But I'm not going to sit there and push shit here. I'm not going to risk where I got. You know what I mean? I want anybody really drops. I can't take my eyes up on it, moving so phenomenally. You know, I've been asked to DM for D&D a few times. And I'm just like, I can hardly do a fucking character sheet. Why would I be able to DM? And then I kind of had it explained to me. It's like, okay, maybe I could. If my players have their character sheets figured out and they know what they're doing, I could probably DM. One moment. But I kind of explained to the park manager. She was asking me, like, why are you using our bathroom? We got full hookups. It's like, yeah, but my toilet kind of went wrong, and I'm not trying to make a big mess about it. I'm trying to get it fixed. And then she's like, okay, that one I get. And then she was like, is it just a bigger shower? I was like, oh, definitely the bigger shower. I am definitely using your guys' shower jets. My shower is fucking small. I mean, I can barely stand in the fuck.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hey bro.
Hey Jackson, welcome back. Ooh. Stretch, Wookie. Learning the DM shit's gonna be study. I don't want it. I'm horrible about that.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, grabbed a DigitalNo pizza lol.
Can't blame me. Toronto's good stuff. I have my choice. That's what I'm grabbing. No, what can fit in my little oven thingy would be the Totino's Party Pizzas. And they didn't have any in the end. Not to mention, they won't fit in my freezer. I could get a couple of them, but they would have to be eaten in a couple of days. Not that I have an issue with that. Oh, I just got done grinding another bowl. And I'm out of alcohol now, and it is too late. Okay. It's not dark at 6 o'clock. Take notice, not embracing.
YouTube, Oracle, every now and then. Elio's lol.
I feel me coming for me. And in the end, we do it all again. I think you're my best friend. And don't you know that the keys on Joe, keys on Joe. Recognize the name.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, hey Oracle.
Just like I'm new. In the end, the good reason why that sounds familiar.
YouTube, Oracle, well my guys it's 9:15, and I have work in the morning, up at 4 a.m. So I gotta go roam the dream world.
Understandably. Have a good night. And
YouTube, Oracle,
All right,
hey
good night,
Major Jackson. YouTube, Hinson Jackson, sweet dreams brother.
that's totally cool. What? Oh, because of the line. You got the name.
YouTube, Oracle, thank you Jackson.
Nope. Switch it back, maybe.
Oracle, night night.
Meta. Ah, shit. I forgot. Oracle's already left. We gotta figure out what the main signal would be. I'm pretty so free. In the patrol. You need to figure out. Everybody is zone. Yeah, good bounce. Big bounce. Breaking rules. Taking shots. Got Jazzy. Rewind me. Fuck eyes here. Give me some gin. Even make with some shots. I'm going on the rocks and I'm ready for some shots. Taking round every time for shots. Everybody take shots. I want to life. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. Hop in the music and rock your body. Rock your body. Rock your body. Your body rock, shaking from the bottom of the top, to what the DJ drops.
a million watts. Call me Mr. Scott. Call me that. Around the time. You turn your up. You make yourself. The way we rock, way we rock. I wanna rock right now. Right now. It's a new night. I wanna rock your body. Go for the ride. In the music, yeah, rock your body. Rock that body. Be big bone lovers, you feel like you're broke. You can be the model type, skipping black and white. Long as you do what you like, body out of sight, body. He just can't fetch and the bus stop. Chill, hip hop, reggae, chill, rock, and the mambo, chill, breakdance, and calypso. A little crazy, a little stupid, get a little crazy. Dancing the night. Wanna rock your body. Wanna go for a ride. In the music, yeah, rock your night. Rock your body tonight. Rock your body. Hi, Boo. Orange Rock Rick Day. Why not? Esports Protect? I think I'll go without somebody. Interesting track. But then again, I've never been much for the sports side of drifting. It's raining. Sure, going to the outside of the current's cool, but have you ever tried holding your nose to the wall? I am probably going to regret this.
What's the room name by chance?
Not my room.
Live at TTV. Hayton Jr. Hayton Jr.
Found it.
Lose my head. Sports side different. Lose my head. Get back here early! Yeah! Come back here, I want that door! I'm not gonna get that door. Not this ride. Well, let's see how well my baby does in this track. Yeah. She's a little bit different on this track. Yeah. That was a fail.
So quick to walk away. Dance with me.
Ah! I don't like solid codes.
Walk away. Dance with me. Till the break of day.
Clutch it over. Whoa! Yeah.
Almost giving girls and you got nothing made me in the middle of your
Oh, we're running on hundreds. That explains it.
goodbye to midday.
I'm running on hundreds, which is more grip.
Dance with me till the break of day. Just wanna rock it down.
Wow, no wonder those felt so fucking grippy.
Couple more, you don't give me in the middle of the town. Spend the night, to the left, and you sail to the right.
Hi, science. There we go, that's better. I might have to deflate my front tires a little bit. Maybe it's not bad. I don't know, it's not so bad so far.
You want me to know that you see, yeah. Walk away, dance with me, goodbye. Dance with me, goodbye. Dance with me, hey. Yes, I know. In my arms.
I might keep up. Ah. Yeah, I might need to lower tire pressure just a little bit.
In summer, my heart races down. Love.
Drop my 20 psi on each and see how we look at it.
The skies are blue, so innocent now.
Come on. I know. We're on the grass. On a hill.
In the summer,
I'll take a point. Use it. Fuck it. I know I'm about to get smoked. I know how flash ability. I still hit the fucking code. Those ones aren't solid. What the fuck? Alright. I am about to go grab my, Fair Lady. What the? I didn't do that! I did not press that button! Apparently the game agrees with me, though. I need to grab my Fair Lady. There she is. My Fair Lady. Inside my car, I don't give a fuck in the house when it's done. I read myself in the back. I wait for the morning now. All my problems will experience I'm brain. Gets up pain from passion, but I know it's not the same. Light up all the candles like it's time to celebrate. And wish all my problems away. Misery, conflict, dying to take back what gave me. Tragedy comes in threes, third degree apathy. Maybe just let me call now. The kitchen is full of smoke. I'm waiting only to choke. Up all my problems, so they fear inside my brain. Can't tell pain from pleasure, but I know they're not the same. Light up all the candles like it's time to celebrate. I wish all my problems away. Misery, don't sleep. Dying to take back what it gave me. Tragedy comes in threes. I got the flags. Don't sleep. Dying to take back what it gave me. Tragedy comes in threes, third degree
blessing. Misery. Tragedy. Cause and threes. Third degree. Apathy. Softly. You say that we gave me. First degree. Cause and threes. Degree. Apathy. Comes in threes, third degree, apathy. Fuck that up. That's perfect. You like a rap. Ah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a lot of work to get something like this to about. Interesting track. Not sure I like it per se. Definitely don't it. What? You need to not push this around. Pointing slide, what? Whiskey, Mooney works, huh? For those wondering, possible thing to join. That is the room. Played this track the other day and kind of enjoy it. You always do it, coming into dog goes to the back, cat comes out. That didn't go. Funny video. Grab the tires. Peace, 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 peace. Whip on me like a racehorse, keep me like a ripcord. You me up, keep me flip, slip, wood up on your lip, and then you flip, whatever it takes. I'll be adrenaline in my veins, do whatever it takes. Easy to take the days. Into the time I'm ready for. What's up, lady? In my veins. With mommy like a racehorse, do me like a rip, do we never do me about
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Justin.
Hi, Jackson. What's up? Hey, Jackson. It's not on the ground. But it was. This is the high school Michelle back there window. This woman good girls and good girls right next to me. Styling, whining, turning up in the city. Church song we sing one about kiss myself so great. So high. Couple reasons I'm there too high. Make a drag you on the return there too high. You know what? My hands better than mine. Say hallelujah. Say hallelujah. I already knew I fucked it. Don't believe me, just watch. Just fine. believe just fine. Don't believe just fine. Don't believe just fine. Yeah, yeah. It's strange. Jackson's. Don't believe it just once. Don't believe it just once. Awesome. Don't believe just once. Almost like ah. Blue Trail coming really messed me up there. Hey, what's up, Katie? Hey. Oh, let's go. Hey. want you, Mr. Dane. It's honestly about what time I thought it was. Oh. It's pretty damn good out there. It's not exactly quiet. Makes me kind of scared to see what it looks like outside. Think. Tony's backwards. Never quite understood it. So that's a backwards group? It's like that backwards to me. Yeah, you're not getting able to get much angle with that. Well, he's got it down. I gotta give him that. Whatever he's doing. Ugh. Nasty. So they had this track last. I don't have it. Just like go. You can cry. Just like go. Yeah. You can swing the wall. You cry. Oh, no, no. No.
I think that's when you cry.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, U Group.
Yo. Ugh. Alright, Denver. Now, and I need to wake up a little bit. It is not bedtime. But I gotta pee. Ugh. I didn't do it. Man. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. What? I got those. Oh, oh.
equipment to make sure that some of them stay on the surviving side. I don't know if we did that. My system is saying that you took out John Wick's dog.
Yeah.
Yes, right now. I don't care how much the snap hurts things. John Wick is going to do to you. If you don't bring that dog back right now, it's going to hurt way more. Back. Bring the dog back. And then in a couple days when you're ready, you need to use the dog again. And then you can use the stones. You can't risk this mistake happening again.
Huh.
Challenge our understanding of existence. Since 1929, scientists have uncovered a profound connection between ourselves and the cosmos, learning that the very elements composing
I'll listen to that.
As he stays still and maintains pressure on the wall. Oh my god, that is not what usually happens in the movies, but that is how it is. There's an extremely common trope in movies. Somebody steps on a landmine and has to continue standing on it because, of course, if they stepped off, it would explode. The only thing is, landmines do not really work. No standard landmine that you would realistically encounter in the world is triggered by stepping off of it rather than on it. I posted a short video explaining this about 2 years ago, and as you can imagine, viewers were very excited to learn something new and challenge their existing views. Now, just kidding, I got bombarded by hundreds of comments telling me that I was wrong. That's when I realized this myth was way more prevalent than I ever thought. In fact, I would guess that many of you watching this might still be skeptical of my claim, but stick around, I'll explain. After posting that short clip, I knew I had to make a full-length video explaining this myth in more detail. So what did I do? Well, I procrastinated for 2 full years, and then last week I remembered the idea and started writing this video. Today, I'll tell you all about this landmine misconception, including how it may have started, why it's wrong, and some of the real-life mines that have contributed to people believing this myth. I think the best place to start would be with the origins of this myth, which dates back to at least World War II. But first, I'd like to quickly thank Wooks for sponsoring this video and supporting my work on this. Wooks is an outdoor gear company headquartered in Hickory, North Carolina that offers stocks, chassis, knives, and axes made from real wood, not composites. Check out my Remington 870 before and after I put a Wooks Gladiator kit on it. It's like a whole new gun. Their products have distinctive, timeless designs and are made to perform with superior manufacturing technology
raw natural materials sourced in a sustainable manner. Wooks describes themselves as the wild child of Manelli, an Italian company started in 1937 that's considered one of the finest wood machining companies in the world. I think that old school vibe really comes through in their products, and I don't think that's any surprise that that would appeal. Go check them out through the link in the description, and when you find something you love, use code WWW10 at checkout to get 10% off your order. Alright, now back to the origins of this landmine misconception. As far as I can tell, the earliest and most relevant example of this idea that landmines are triggered when you step off of them was during World War II. During the war and in the years leading up to it, the Germans were developing all types of new landmines with different fuses that could set them off in different ways. This constant stream of new devices meant that many Allied soldiers didn't fully understand the specifics of all the German mines they were up against. They were also constantly hearing stories about different types of unconventional mines and booby traps from soldiers who had encountered. Soldiers heard about things like mines made of wood or glass that couldn't be detected by minesweepers, mines that were rigged to explode if you tried to remove them from the ground, and even things like booby trap hand grenades that would explode the second they were activated without the usual delay. Those things were all true, but with so many different stories being passed around, it's likely there was some misinformation being spread among the troops as well, specifically about one of the most feared German anti-personnel mines, the S-mine, better known by Allied troops as the Bouncing Bay.
Yeah, no shit.
This was a bounding mine, meaning that once it was activated, the mine would launch up in the air about 3 to 7 feet, then detonate in the air, launching 320 steel balls flying in all directions that could travel up to 200 yards. The mine could use a number of different fuses to set it off, including a pressure-activated fuse, a tripwire pull fuse, an electronic fuse, and a tripwire pull-release fuse. That last one would set off the mine if somebody pulled the tripwire, but it would also detonate if someone cut the tripwire and tension was released. Even though that fuse is super interesting, the one relevant to today's discussion is the pressure-activated fuse. This fuse would be activated when only 10 pounds or more was applied to the 3 prongs at the top of the fuse. As soon as sufficient pressure was applied, a striker would be released, hitting a percussion cap. The cap would detonate, igniting a slow-burning 4.5-second delay pellet inside the mine. After that 4.5-second delay, the pellet would ignite a charge that would shoot the inner portion of the mine up in the air, where it would explode like I described previously. I believe that a large portion of this myth comes from that 4.5-second delay used on this mine. It's natural to think that some soldiers may have stepped on that mine, then stepped off of it during that 4.5-second delay before it exploded. That soldier who stepped on the mine and anyone else who was around witnessed the mine explode once they stepped off of it. But in reality, it was triggered when the soldier stepped onto it, and that 4.5-second delay made it seem like it didn't explode until pressure was released from it. Of course, now we know that's not how the fuses really work. Reportedly, this caused some rumors among soldiers that if you stepped on an S-mine, you should continue holding your foot on it. In reality, this was a terrible idea. If you stepped on an S-mine and tried to hold your foot on it, the mine would already be triggered, and 4.5 seconds later, that powerful lifting charge would detonate, probably blowing your foot. Then you'll be right next to the mine when the main charge detonates, and you'll probably get a bunch of steel balls to get it. Not ideal. In reality, if you notice you stepped on one of these, your best bet was to dive on the ground and try to protect your vital organs. Hopefully, most of the shrapnel would pass overhead and you would survive the encounter, but that was no guarantee.
No.
Funny enough, this is depicted somewhat accurately in a lot of video games like Call of Duty World War II, where you can lie on the ground to avoid being killed by German S-mines. This misunderstanding about how German S-mines work continues to this day. When I posted that short video I referenced earlier where I explained that standing on a landmine will prevent it from exploding, many people referenced the S-mine specifically, mistakenly believing that it was pressure release activated, even though that is objectively not true. I think that all this confusion about how different landmines work during World War II led to a belief among some people after the war that many landmines really didn't explode until you stepped off of them. I even remember hearing a story once about a Vietnam vet who stepped on a landmine and when it didn't go off, he stood on it while his friends strapped a bunch of flak jackets to it. Then they quickly tugged him off the mine using a rope attached to a jeep to try to minimize his injuries. They thought that as soon as he stepped off the mine, it would explode. In reality, him stepping off of the mine wouldn't have triggered it, and it was probably just a dud to begin. I heard that story secondhand, so take it with a grain of salt, but I do think that demonstrates that some people really held this belief. This misconception about mines exploded in popularity after it was depicted in a long list of different films and TV shows. Sorry about that dumb pun of mine. I hope you're not triggered by bad jokes, because that one would really set you off. Oh, this guy stinks! Okay, enough mine puns. I'll talk later in the video about why movies choose to depict mines in this way, but now I think we should talk about some of the real-life mines that have contributed to confusion about the sun. We already talked about how the time delay on the S mine caused confusion about how mines work, and that could probably be said about other time delay mines as well. But there are other landmines that have similarly contributed to misconceptions over the years because people don't fully understand how they work. The next type of mine we should cover is anti-handling devices. Why are these mines relevant to this myth about mines not exploding until you step off of them? Well, many mines in this category are pressure release activated. Yes, pressure release activated. Well, that would mean that if you stepped onto it, it wouldn't explode until you stepped off of it, right? These anti-handling devices are meant to explode not when someone walks over them, but when someone disturbs an object that's resting on top of the mine. The most common use for these is to place them underneath a conventional landmine. Many anti-handling devices, like the Russian MS-3 mine, were specifically designed for this purpose. The idea is when you're laying landmines, you place an anti-handling device underneath another landmine. That way, if the enemy detects that landmine and tries to dig it up and remove it, as soon as they lift it, that anti-handling device will explode and kill or injure whoever's trying to remove that mine. To be honest, it's extremely terrifying. It's like a landmine on a landmine. As I mentioned, many of these anti-handling devices use pressure release fuses. That fuse is activated as soon as that other landmine or whatever other object is resting on top of the anti-handling device is lifted. Even though a lot of these were designed to target troops who are removing landmines, they can be used for a ton of other applications as well. For example, if you thought the enemy might capture the building you're in, you might put an ammo box or something else on top of an anti-handling device in hopes that those enemy soldiers would come in and pick that object up, setting off. You may be thinking that this could work like the ones in the movies. If a soldier planted one of these anti-handling devices in the ground like a regular landmine, then someone could walk by and step on it, and then it wouldn't explode until they stepped off, right? Well, again, no. This is another common misunderstanding about how these mines work. These pressure release fuses typically can't be armed until a heavy object is already resting on top of the mine. After all, I don't think any soldiers would want to use a landmine that you have to arm first and then set a heavy object on top of it. That'd be pretty dangerous, and I don't think they'd be too happy. So let's quickly talk about the MS-3 mine to understand just one example of how some of these mines work. As far as I understand, to arm the MS-3 mine, you first have to place an object on top of it that weighs at least 10 pounds. Then you pull the pin with the object still resting on the mine. After that, the mine has an arming delay so that the soldiers placing the mines can finish burying it and camouflage it without having to worry about blowing themselves up. The activation time for the MS-3 mine depends on temperature, but from what I found, it typically arms itself in about 5 to 40 minutes. So then, no, it's not possible that you can step onto one of these mines and have it explode when you step off of it like we see in the movies. For that to happen, you would have to step on the unarmed mine, then pull the pin while you're still standing on it, then continue to stand on it for up to 40 minutes, and then step off of it, causing the mine to explode.
The Chewy order is on the way for radar. Who hears everything?
I don't think anyone would do that, nor do I think anyone would lay unarmed mines in the hopes that the enemy would step on them and then pull the pins themselves. Oftentimes, I think people hear that pressure release mines exist in the real world and then just assume that they must work like the ones they've seen in movies. But in real life, pressure release mines are completely different and they're used for those applications that we discussed. Now, this video is focused on anti-personnel mines. Those are mines targeted at people, because that's what we typically see in these movies. But I think anti-vehicle mines are worth covering briefly as well. I've heard many people claim that even though anti-personnel mines don't work at all like the ones in the movies, that actually is how anti-vehicle mines work. pressure is released from them and then they explode. That claim also isn't true. After all, why would a landmine wait for a tank to drive off of it and then explode? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. For my research, I can't find any anti-vehicle mines that work like that. I think some of the confusion about this comes from certain types of anti-vehicle landmines that have to have pressure applied to them more than once before they'll detonate. A good example of this is the M608 double impulse fuse for the M15 landmine. The mine is designed to detonate the second time that a vehicle drives over. This type of fuse could be useful in many different situations. For example, you could put this mine in the road and the first enemy vehicle that drove over it would be completely unharmed. This would cause a false sense of security for the following vehicles who would then be blown up by the mine. And then that first vehicle is stuck. If it tries to turn around and drive back over mines that it already contacted once, it'll set them off. There are just so many different types of landmines and fuses out there that no one person could fully understand all of them. And that definitely includes me. For that reason, I can't definitively 100% say that a landmine that works just like the ones in the movies, where it explodes if you step off of it, has never been designed. In fact, I'd be kind of surprised if nobody had ever tried to design a mine like this. But mines that work in that way just aren't used. Sure, there might be some prototype or obscure design for a landmine out there that works in this way, but it's just not something you would encounter in the real world the way they do in the movie. I have searched far and wide for a landmine design that works just like the Hollywood ones, and after looking at hundreds of different landmines, I haven't even found anything close. After I posted that one short video covering this topic, I even asked my viewers to help me find a landmine that works the way the ones in movies do. People confidently shared the names of dozens of specific landmines that they thought functioned the way the ones in movies do, only for me to actually research them and find out that people were completely mistaken about how these mines work. At the end of the day, it just doesn't make sense to design a mine that functions like this. These mines are designed to inflict casualties. Why would they purposefully design a mine that allows you to stand on it while your buddies clear the area and you try to disarm the mine? It makes way more sense to design a mine that if you notice you've stepped on it, it's already too late for you and anyone else to get. So if you still don't want to take my word for it that this is a myth, the Swiss Mine Clearing Foundation even had to release an article on this topic, explaining that this is complete Hollywood fiction and that it can even be dangerous misinformation for people who live in areas that are plagued by landmines. Okay, so if we know this Hollywood trope is complete fiction, why do so many movies choose to depict landmines in this inaccurate manner? Well, newsflash, these movies are fictional. This idea of someone being trapped standing on a landmine that'll explode if they step off of it is very suspenseful, and it's a great plot device. The people making these movies aren't trying to make an instructional film about how landmines work. They're trying to tell an entertaining story. These Hollywood writers probably don't care that much about a minor inaccuracy like this in their movies, and that's if they even know it's inaccurate to begin with. Now, sure, I would love for the next big World War II movie to include a super accurate depiction of what it looks like to step on an S-line, but I don't think the general audiences care about the accuracy.
I don't know about that.
With that said, if some Hollywood producer is watching this video by chance, please cast me as a guy who gets blown up by a landmine in your next movie. It's a role I was born to play. I'm hoping that my explanation in today's video helps clear up this landmine myth once and for all. Thank you all so much for watching my explanation today. If you learned something, please consider supporting my work by
It's a little odd. That's so keep it. Go ahead. So I think he knows. I think he knows. I'm authorized to that.
In the middle of all this political crazy, I do like to have little palate cleansers to get my brain out of the rage and confusion that's swirling around us. And in this video, I'm going to take a look at Neil deGrasse Tyson, another favorite of mine, talking to Jim Norton and Sam Roberts on their podcast. The channel is called Aerial View. And in this clip, he's talking about alien abductions with somebody who is a true believer of it. And I think it's kind of fun. I'm going to share my comments as we watch the video together. And I would like you to share your thoughts in the comments section. But let's jump into it.
Now with the aliens, so we have a guy, he's a big conspiracy guy. He thinks there's been like thousands of alien abductions.
I was say so.
That's what I would love to ask him. I would like him to ask you because we are genuinely curious. Do you think that there's been alien abductions?
I have not seen convincing evidence.
He
No,
said based on
neither have I.
the reports that people have given that they've been.
Witness testimony.
Oh yeah, do you want to ask
Which,
Mr.
of course,
Tyson?
though witness testimony being high in the court of law is the lowest form of evidence in the court of science.
Oh.
If you go to a scientific conference and say this is true because I saw it, it's like they'll just laugh you out of the room. It's like come back when you have a reliable and verifiable means of recording that information.
But at this moment, if you were to be asked, you would say, you're not saying that alien abductions couldn't happen or have happened, but you never know.
I'll just say the evidence that has been put forth as evidence is not convincing to a skeptic.
Right.
And most of that evidence is either, and we'll find out in a minute, either someone with eyewitness testimony coming forth giving firsthand account of what they experienced, or it is something in the sky that they didn't understand and presumed it to be something in the absence of actual evidence to support it.
Could have been Aurora Borealis.
It could have been something, it could have been actually aliens, but
Could have been.
But I just bring me an alien, then we're good.
There's been a few that have been questionable. Well, you're
That's
quite
Neil.
Troy, how you doing? Good. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
You're not convinced of the alien abductions. Yeah, I mean, there's just I have not.
So you're trusting the words of other people.
I'm just going by what I've seen before, as far as
From other people.
testimonies, as far as
Words from other people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Neil.
Like 3 girls in Zimbabwe who are 5 years old, and they came running up. They were playing in a field. They came running up to the house. 3 little, they're little girls, 5 years old. So you don't have point of reference to it. Right. They've taken these girls apart, separated them, said, "What did you see?" They all said the same thing, and they all drew the same thing. So when you see something like that, it's kind of hard to be like, you know what? Those girls just made that up. That's not real.
Okay, so now we might have 1 billion people in the world today who carry with them a camera and a video, and a video camera, and it's called a smartphone. So in the era of the smartphone, where everyone can record unambiguously what is in front of them, we don't have some increase in the number of reports of abductions or anything else. That number, we have pictures of extremely rare things now, like buses getting flipped into the air from tornadoes. There was a day when you would say, "Hey, that's interesting. Let me go home and get my box camera to photograph it." So we knew things happened, but we never photographed them. We have such capacity to record today, and I don't see any better evidence than ever has been put forth. So we can say the girls saw something. We don't know what it is. That's not enough evidence to convince a skeptic that they were actually visited by aliens.
I would say that's one point in the rest of
What you're saying is not necessarily true because there is a lot of evidence of recorded, documented, unexplainable things in the sky.
Just because you can't explain it
Doesn't mean
doesn't mean it's a visiting alien from outer space. I'm not saying there isn't unexplained things in the sky. That happens all the time. Especially to people who don't really know and understand sky phenomena. Especially to them. But by and large, you can encounter something that you can't explain. Happens all the time.
Yep.
Admitting you can't explain it, you have removed yourself from further conversation about it. You cannot say, "I don't know what that is, therefore it must be a visiting alien from outer space." A period goes at the end of the sentence of, "There's something I can't explain floating in the sky in front of me." You're done.
What an airline pilot. So those guys are the only ones that give a lot. Could they understand how things move when they fly and propulsion much better than most of the average person
What I'm
does?
saying is, I'm talking about human beings here. I position is. I don't care how many chevrons are on your side. I don't even care if you're a scientist. The point is, what we have learned, and psychologists back this up. Scientists found it first, then psychology got invented, and they studied this to no end. That the human sensory system is one of the most susceptible of any data-taking configurations to bias, to mood, to misinterpretation, to all of these. And we say, damn, how are we going to do science when the human sensory system is so susceptible? Let's build machines that can make the measurements, that remove your eyes, that don't use your hearing, that don't require you to taste it, that don't require you to even have to think about it. We measure it. Now I can show you this measurement. Okay. And by the way, it's extra complicated in the era of Photoshop because Photoshop practically has an alien button. You press it, it throws in a UFO. Right. So even if you produce photographic evidence in this day of Dr. Photos, it's a start. It's better than an eyewitness, but it's a start. I'm saying, grab me an alien. And we're good. We're good to go. All these people were sure they're aliens. Get one. It's fine. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not even going to say you shouldn't do it. I'm not saying there aren't aliens out there. I'm not even saying they haven't visited. Produce one, and you will convince every single skeptic there ever was. That's all.
Live at 3.
It's a movie. One of the dog movies. Either Dogs or one of the dog movies.
Right.
Where the whole movie is in the perspective of dogs.
Right.
Okay? There's a kid who finds a crashed flying saucer that the Great Dane had flown to Earth in.
Marley and me.
No!
The dog.
Okay. So now watch. Okay? Another kid says,
Yes.
no, I don't believe you. Because here's my eyewitness. So the kid brings him to the crashed flying saucer. He says, okay, so let's continue. It was great. Right. Very simple.
That's science.
Yes!
That is science.
I mean, over Christmas, if anybody was online, the internet was convinced that Sinbad starred in a genie movie called Shazam. And everybody had this same, it was a collective memory. Everybody had a memory of this
Because he
Right,
did.
Right. And they were all in agreement that this movie had happened, and it was a thing, until Sinbad came out and said the reason there is no record of this movie is because I was never in a movie called Shazam. I was not in a genie movie. I've never played a genie in a movie. But because people remember it, and because their friend remembers it, and because the other people on the internet remember it.
These are cognitive failures of the human memory. And the sensory system is in there as well. We know this.
Whoa. Excuse me? That's a goddamn lie. And I fucking know it. I watched the goddamn movie. There is even a legal lawsuit battle about it. That's why they're getting it wrong. And it was Shaq. I didn't think. like Sinbad. The only Sinbad movie I know that Sinbad actually played in was the actual Sinbad movie. No, what everybody remembers is this.
The power of film is connection.
Seriously.
It's about the smiles, the sadness,
This is it.
the greatness, the triumphs, and sometimes just the regular days. It's the stories that people tell about the lives we live.
I didn't forget this shit. Yeah, this is quite literally the movie everybody is thinking is Sinbad's doing. It's not. That's what everybody remembers and keeps thinking is Sinbad. It's not Sinbad, it's Shaq.
If you count how many people said they witnessed Bobby Thompson's home run, or you name some other Babe Ruth pointing. If you log how many people say they were at the game, it far exceeds the number of seats they did.
Okay. That is different than this, though. This is a giant memory failing, but it's not in the same way. It's not an event that didn't happen. It's a misunderstanding of an event that happened. Which is different.
And some of those people actually believe they were at the game.
Yes.
They just like most of our lives. Some are
Some are lying on purpose. Others believe they were actually there. I mean, if you believe something that is not true, but you're compelled that it is true, you pass every lie detector test. Right? I mean, it's what you believe it. Because you believe it. Right.
So you think it's being covered up, Troy?
Yeah. Well, right. So now So we haven't gotten the conspiracy part yet. So, what all conspiracy theorists have in common, that everyone I've met and spoken with, is there's a point where the data either don't agree with what they already want to be true, or there's just an absence of data. And so when they get to that point, they invoke the conspiracy. And it's more often where the data don't agree with what they want to be true that they'll say, oh, it's being covered up or withheld or purposefully masked, so that they make you think something else instead of the actual truth. So there's always some gapping going on in the data. And the gapping in every case is the assertion that there's some powerful secret agency that is covering it up. I'm charmed that many people think it's the U.S. government. It's government far beyond anyone who's actually worked for the government will report to you about it.
You think that's true, or you think the government's up to some shit? Yeah, I think that's some shit. Yeah, well, don't get me wrong, the government's always up to something. So the government's always trying to keep a secret. The question is whether they will succeed in keeping the secret of stockpiling. Look how much we knew about President Clinton's genitalia. If it was ever a state secret, it would have been what he does with his, puts it, right? But there it was, on TV. How do you respond to that? See.
Sinbad genie movie.
First of all, I think that, you said with conspiracy theorists, they believe one thing. I think non-conspiracy theorists do the exact same thing in the other direction. Where they're so far convinced that they won't ever go, oh, you know what, that's actually interesting. As far as like Roswell goes, the crash in Roswell, the day after it happened, the Army issued a press release saying that there has been a UFO that crashed in Roswell. We have recovered bodies. Then all of a sudden, the next day, it's a weather balloon, and it's like, how would you mix those two up? So it's multiple things like that. And you're right, there are no alien bodies. We don't see it, but there are things like somebody in the rescue, you have alien bodies probably in Roswell. Did you see something one time? Oh, that was terrific. That was fake. Talking about the documentary where they supposedly had a fake alien body. They debunked that, yeah. Do you think that it's possible that some of the science...
But the phone on foiled and said, which came up 10 years later.
Isn't it amazing how they blew it for down the one move? Do you think that there is a possibility that some of the scientists and their data actually have incorrect data because of what the government does? Yeah, but there's just so many things, though, that point to the direction that there would be aliens, that it's so hard to discredit everything.
It's easy to discredit.
I mean, all these people are crazy. The thousands. Everybody's crazy. So there's also said a lot of it.
So I never used the word crazy. I never said that. All I'm saying is, what you're presenting and what you think is legitimate evidence simply isn't scientific. Okay, I'm not using different rules to apply to you than I would to any of my colleagues saying anything else about much less interesting things in the universe.
So what about these people that claim to be abducted that have had certain things implanted in their body that are not found on Earth? Crazy one. Just people get into abductions. Right? I think this is a fascinating part. Digital everything's possible. So I like science fiction. Another one of Neil deGrasse conversations that I had a video on. He's talking to somebody about the likelihood of aliens sending non-organic, like a probe, something that would have something that would, be conscious of it or not understanding or just robotics things. Because sustenance, right, that'd be a much more achievable thing to be able to be a rover operating on Mars. That's a lot easier than sending people. So, but the other fascinating thing is that springing off of Roswell, recently the government has come out and said there's these UAPs or unidentified UFOs. There is footage from Jeff seeing these flying objects behaving in ways that seem to defy our understanding of physics and how things can work. So, and the government says, well, we don't know what it is. So, I think they're being honest, and the government's being honest and admitting they didn't know something. Right. Well, we're not telling you something, but, ultimately, you agree with scientists that doesn't constitute proof of something. It's just crazy at the same time.
That's there's nothing in their body that no one's able to identify.
That's not true. They found stuff. They found implants and meteors. Meteorites.
What we should do,
They found a meteorite tiny
all I'm saying is give me the until you can do that, we have nothing to talk about.
they get the meteorite.
That's all I'm saying. Meteorites are all over the earth.
No.
Flying a meteorite of it. You say they found things that
What I'm saying is, I have set the bar for you. Until that bar is crossed, we actually don't have much to talk about. And I'm not going to stop you from capturing the aliens. Go right ahead. Do it. You know, my sense of it is if an alien has the power to cross the galaxy and show up at Earth, it's not going to show up to a farmer in the backyard that has to then tell us what this farmer saw, or to 5-year-old children. It'll be a major thing that will go unmistakably down in history as an alien visitation. That is my sense of it. But I produce the alien, and with that, then all of you will be vindicated. Don't you want that to happen? All of you, the crazies. Yeah. Don't you want to be vindicated? Until that happens, don't expect scientific skeptics to jump on your bandwagon. Just don't expect that. And I told you why.
Tell me about the thing with the similarities. They say that people that have been doing the research, scientists are people too.
Yes, but that's not. There's no source at all.
People, doctors, scientists, whatever you want to call them, that have documented the alien abductions.
It's not just exciting.
Personal eyewitness testimonies of events that happened to themselves. Sure. Okay. Just let's be clear. Okay. Just distinguishing the quality of your data. All right. Just saying these alien abductions that happen. No, these are alien abductions that people say happened. Okay. Just be clear. As a scientist, we distinguish the sources of information. Otherwise, it's a jumble. He says, she says, and so you mean the alien abductions that people say they have experienced?
Yes, then the people that have, the doctors that have been documenting them, yes, there are certain people that speak with people that claim to be abducted. There are thousands and thousands of abductions, and they have research on what they've done to them, and a lot of the people that have been abducted have the same blood type, like 49% of people. So for that to be colors, a lot of them, most of them have green eyes. Oh, so maybe they're specifically looking for green eyes type whatever. So I mean, it's that. No offense to say they're aliens, no, but that's definitely something that's like, oh, it's a little odd.
So keep at it.
Yep.
So
I think he knows. I think he knows for sure.
If you had to
guess, Troy, if you had to guess, because he's talking science, because I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a public figure of science, sure. But if you think you were having drinks with him, and just saying like, let's really off the record, like because it would be major news if he came on this radio show. Just a little break. You know, in my mind, Degrasse Tyson and other scientists talk about the scientific method, logic, and how we think is important. Our president, leaders, a significant portion of them participating in this illusion of what is true. Sometimes I need a little entertainment just to take my brain. Let me know what you think.
Time travel paradox number 3. Really?
awesome. I've been waiting for us to actually drink on this show.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say that.
Real.
I know she was going to say that. You know what? Let's watch some Star Trek. Chit chat about it. You can go. Actually, I'm going to fire that up for science for one second. So I can still watch Star Talk with that in the background. The server's going up for science. If you feel it. If it'll go up, I forgot. I haven't checked it for updates today. Kitty was dirty.
It's dinner time!
I drank that already. Cheers. Sadly, I am almost out. Nope. Looks like I got one more bowl. Back for a moment.
So when can I use my 128k points to make Dark Souls Hell?
To make Dark Souls Hell? Hall. Yeah. No, that is Hell. What do you mean Dark Souls Hell? I guess I'm a little confused. As in interaction Hell? Or not exactly sure what you're asking.
You said before, there's a Twitch integration for Dark Souls.
I don't even remember that. I've also not played Dark Souls, so I don't think I even... Do I own it? I might, honestly.
I may have heard wrong.
Yeah, it's like,
Not as far as I remember, but we both know how my memory can be sometimes. Still kind of chuckling to myself about the movie scenario there. Sinbad movie people thought it was a Sinbad movie. Kazam. Damn, fucking loved the movie myself, but it was Shaq. And I was hearing the thing talk about people thinking it was Sinbad. I'm like, no, not Sinbad. Was he? No, not Sinbad. Shaq. Not Shazam. Kazam. Okay. Oh, this is
Elon announces he's going to send an uncrewed mission to Mars. He and I got into a little dust-up in recent weeks. Consider that he hasn't done anything that NASA hasn't already done. The actual space frontier is still held by NASA. And I was surprised to see some headlines because it largely misrepresented what I actually said publicly. Didn't so much misrepresented it, but it made more of it than I did because they felt it could serve as good clickbait. Let's go back a few years when Elon and SpaceX was commissioned by NASA to bring cargo to the space station. That was headlines. Oh my gosh, opening a new frontier in space. The private enterprise. Will they lead the way? And big headlines. I was like, what? What?
Yeah.
He's taking cargo to the space station, something NASA's been doing for decades. So now, private enterprise is going to do it. How that fact could turn into, oh my God, private enterprise is going to lead the way. I didn't see how one connects to the other. Here's my point. The history of really expensive things ever happening in civilization has, in essentially every case, been led geopolitically by nations. Nations lead expensive projects. And when the cost of these projects are understood, the risks are quantified, and the timeframes are established, then private enterprise comes in later to see if they can make a buck off of it. That's perfectly normal and natural arc in the history of major funded projects. If the project does not require much money, then private enterprise can do it because it's a relatively low risk fitted into their R&D budget. Fine. I'm talking about major allocations of the resources of a civilization, like China building the Great Wall, like Europe building cathedrals and churches. A huge investment of time, energy, and effort, like the Apollo program, the Manhattan Project. All of these are instigated by either governments and, in the case of the cathedrals, praise of deity. The pyramids had those, praise of royalty. These are forces that dislodge money from the coffers of a civilization. So, what has private enterprise been doing? They've been going back into orbit, where NASA has been since 1962, with the launch of John Glenn. And so, when does private enterprise lead us into space? I personally don't see that happening. Because if you want to lead into space, what are you doing? You're going where no one has gone before.
Yeah.
Often it involves risk that a company that has investors will not take, unless there's very clear return on investment, ROI. Governments don't need a financial return on investment if they can get a geopolitical return on the investment.
Right.
This is how power is established, ever been established in the world. For example, private enterprise has been doing things that NASA's been doing for the past 6 decades. By the way, they've been doing it for cheaper. I can say without hesitation, SpaceX has been advancing the engineering frontier of space exploration, especially with the spectacle of the returning of the first stage back to Earth so that you can reuse it. I've said this before. If you flew an Airbus A380 or a Boeing 747 to Europe from the United States, and when you landed, they shoved it off a cliff and rolled out another one, your trip to Europe would be really expensive. So reusability matters. So these are tremendous triumphs of SpaceX in this space, pun intended. Can I think of it as a space frontier being pushed? I can't really do that.
I'm
I
with you.
can't think of it that way. I said that. Then I got interviewed. The press made it to India. You said SpaceX hasn't accomplished anything. No, I did not say that. Okay? Again, that's clickbait. That's like creating a feud where there really wasn't one.
Yeah, you knew exactly what you were doing wrong there.
Just download Pi and move on. This Chrome extension takes 5 seconds to set up and blocks ads on each website. It makes the ads just like it's
I said that private enterprise will do what nations have done, and they'll do it more cheaply. If there's an occasion for private enterprise to do something that nations have never done before, that's a very serious conversation in the funding room. Venture capitalists. Elon, what do you want to do? Oh, I want to send astronauts to Mars. How much will it cost? A lot. Possibly $1 trillion. Is it dangerous? Yes. Will people die? Probably. What's the return on that investment? I can't think of one right now. That's a 5-minute meeting. So, how would Elon get to send his rockets to Mars? From the playbook of the history of geopolitics. What'll happen? The United States decides we need to send astronauts to Mars one day, geopolitically, by whatever force is operating on us. And then NASA looks at us, we don't have a rocket to do that. And then Elon says, I have a rocket, and rolls out his rocket to Mars. Then we ride a SpaceX rocket to Mars. That could easily happen. But I just want to make it clear, it's not a mission initiated by a private company. Because the money for that is not going to come from his earnings on anything else he does in space. It's going to come from taxpayers funding NASA's goals, inspired by the geopolitics of the world at that time. So I'm delighted to see that Elon, SpaceX, has announced that in the coming years they're going to send uncrewed rockets to Mars. These are vessels that are equipped to carry people, but you wouldn't send people first if you're still sort of getting the bugs out of the system. So that's right. That would be advancing a space frontier. You know why? No one has ever sent a rocket to Mars that could have carried people. That would be advancing a space frontier. I look forward to that. And I don't know enough details. Is he going to bring him back? You're going to need to do that if you're going to have people there, unless they signed up for a one-way trip. And Mars is not quite ready to receive people on a one-way trip. All right? You've got to wait for the terraforming for that to happen. You want to bring them back? By the way, that round trip would take several years. And a minimum energy transfer from Earth's orbit to Mars orbit takes just under a year to do that. Then if you want a minimum energy return, you've got to wait until Earth and Mars are properly configured once again in our respective orbits. And then you can take advantage of that configuration and then come back. So a full round trip is several years. So I look forward to this and see how that unfolds. Those are definitely the first steps. By the way, the current American program to return to the moon, called Artemis, has 3 planned missions. The first was an uncrewed mission to the moon. It went to the moon and came back, splashed down in the ocean. Good. Second is a crewed mission to the moon, but not land yet. Third would be a crewed mission to the moon where you land, right? Incremental steps, just as Apollo had unfolded. That's one of the reasons why there were many Apollo missions. Each one was incrementally more ambitious than the previous one. So, this is how space works. You want to stay safe in the process, especially when it involves people, crew, astronauts, and yeah, look forward to seeing what comes of that. Good luck, SpaceX. Godspeed to you.
Okay.
Over the past 3 years, I've made knives out of everything from obsidian to meteorite. These materials were never intended to be used like this, but with a 60,000 psi water jet, you can do things that otherwise wouldn't be possible. Each of them had a unique result that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Let's get started with the obsidian knife.
A few years ago, we made the world's sharpest knife out of obsidian, which is basically nature's glass and can be sharpened up to 500 times sharper than steel. We're going to remake an obsidian blade on our water jet and compare it to a scalpel underneath a microscope and see how their cut qualities stack up against each other. So we have this big chunk of obsidian here. I'm thinking the best plan is to cut right along here and get a chunk off, and then we can cut at another angle to get the shape of a knife blade. Does that sound good, Nate? So in the first video, they tried sharpening it, and it didn't really work because it's obsidian. We brought someone in that knows a thing or two about making knives. This is... Oh, hey, Nate. How's it going? Going good. All right. See what we're going to do with this. So we're going to do this first cut, and then cut it at an angle to make it sharp. Alright, that's looking good. We've got a nice base there. So we're also going to cut off a piece about a 1/4 inch thick so Nate can give a go at napping it.
I'm not an expert. Napping is the process that historically is used to sharpen obsidian, where you flake off little bits of it at a time and leave behind that mythically sharp razor edge to it. I'm not good at it, but I want to try it anyway, so we're going to cut a piece of that.
Worth a shot. I must say, the pattern on this obsidian is exquisite. This is going to be a beautiful knife blade. So, this is 5-axis, but it's easier to just put something under the board and angle it that way, so...
It's also not calibrated.
Yep. Okay, we've got our chunk. We're going to cut a knife shape into it, and then cut it at an angle. In the meantime, Nate was sharpening a piece of obsidian.
There we go. There's a knife grinder, and I was seeing you can grind obsidian. Now, obsidian is basically a piece of glass, and it's not meant for that. It's meant for metal. But I was surprised. It actually does grind the obsidian.
That right there, that shiny side there, I ground that in. But in the process of doing that, it also chipped. Like, none of these little chip marks were in the obsidian when I started. So it was able to grind it, but it also started tearing chunks out of the edge.
It's not great for making a nice sharp blade.
How annoying would a 1/4 inch thing be?
Not much more annoying than a sharpened thing.
So here's our jerry-rigged setup here. Water jet straight, blades at an angle, should give us the right cut. This piece looks pretty good, the main part. So I think we're in business if we just rotate it and do the same thing on the other side. Okay, big reveal. That is that's really fun. It's the traditional native way of making obsidian blades right here. I think the Mayans pioneered this technique. Yeah, they mastered the water jet for sure. They would blow really hard through bamboo extrusion.
Okay. Hurt my head. What's this? No. What is this? I did not click on that. What, bratty girl? That's the one I was looking for.
It doesn't have to be a thing. Partly it can be an idea. It's something that's trapped in time. Okay. I'll give you an example. Sort from pop culture. Remember Back to the Future? Of course. There's the scene where Marty played. So Marty is at the dance. Okay. He decides to play because Marvin Berry got his hand injured. So Marty plays the guitar for him. And then Marty starts playing Chuck Berry. Yes. Okay? This is 1955. Chuck Berry's in really late 50s, early 60s, right? So it predates the actual appearance of was it Johnny B. Good? So he's playing. And Marvin Berry hears it, calls his brother, "Hey, Chuck, it's me, Marvin. No, your cousin, Marvin Berry. Yes, Marvin Berry. For the purposes of this bit, I must say my whole name." Right, so he holds up the phone, and Chuck Berry, who we presume is on the other side of the line, is hearing Johnny B. Good, played by Marty. Marty. Okay. Marty McFly. So when I first saw that, I said, "Here they go again, crediting white people for that." Sounded wrong. That was my first thought. Remember, it was 1985. That's right. That was my first thought, but then I realized the implications of it.
Yeah.
Okay. The implications are Chuck Berry hears this, and then he creates that song, and that's the song that Marty plays. So we can ask the question, Was that song ever written?
Because the only way that Chuck Berry heard was because Marty McFly played it. The only way that Marty McFly played it is because Chuck Berry played it first.
Right.
In his frame of reference.
Correct.
So, but when he goes back in time, he actually creates it. But he never created it because it was already created before he went back in time. So it's just one big freaking paradox. that
Yes.
No. So the song,
That's so wild.
the song was never created. It only ever existed in this time.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
The song only in the time.
In the time loop. Right. No one wrote that song.
Right.
So it's a Jin song in that sense.
Yes.
Jin particle. It's a Jin song.
That's pretty wild.
It was never created or destroyed because it lives in that loop.
It lives in the time.
One person hands it to the next person, hands it to the next person. So that's a Jin situation.
That's wild.
Okay. So there's another example, a less popular film. It's Somewhere in Time. One of the first movies made by Christopher Reeve after Superman. He is the love interest of a woman who's like 90 years old. Okay. He's a college professor. An old woman comes up to him and says to him, "Come back to me." And she hands him a locket or some bit of jewelry. She's alive now, but she's 90 something. Then he figures out maybe if he goes back in time, he can meet her. So he goes and he's on a college campus, so he visits some physicists. It's always good to have friends who are physicists to help you out.
Exactly. Especially when you want to go back in time.
Especially because otherwise, what are you doing? Right. So he goes to his physicist friend and they say, "We're working on this method and the tool. You have to bind, and you have to get ready, dress for it, whatever." Okay. So he manages to go back in time to this resort on the beach where he knows she was checking into the hotel. It's a resort he checks into. So he sees her come up. She doesn't know who he is. Of course. Okay. Back in time. Back in time. They meet each other and fall in love. And she says, "Wait, how did you find me tonight?" So in the future, and I came back in time.
But
And as a token of his love, he gives her.
another Jin.
That's a Jin particle.
Uh-huh.
Because
Okay.
she gave it to him. Yes.
Yep.
So how did she give it to him? Unless he came back to her to give it to her. Yes. Oh snap.
Yes. So this locket, it was never created nor destroyed. It lives in that time.
That's pretty wild. Man.
It's wild. It's wild.
That's wild.
If you can say there's time travel, you have to admit that this kind of thing can happen.
Yeah.
And you might ask, is there some metaverse that creates it, that sneaks into the timeline to make it happen? I don't know. That's another frontier
Yeah.
thought. Beyond, because this is already at the limits how we're thinking about how the world works. Right.
Yeah.
So that's an example of a Jin particle.
I love it. I love it. Also, I love that.
Pair of dots colliding.
Stop. So he's a handsome man.
She stalked him first. That's what I'm saying. This is just two stalkers and families.
And back then it was like before the internet, so it was the closest thing to online. You go up to somebody's lecture and say, you stalk them and talk.
Because let me tell you something. If a old lady comes up to me with some jewelry, it's just like, come back to me. I'll be like, look, first of all, I know you. That is the first thing. Secondly, that's for the jewelry. I'm going to go hop this.
Okay. And then you miss the opportunity to go back in time. So that's about all I got to say.
I love the whole Jin particle idea, though. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Those are the two, I think, most interesting examples of it. But you can now, if you know Jin particles exist, you can construct anything you want.
Yeah.
You can write stories all about Jin particles, right? Right. And you don't have to worry about who made it.
It's pretty cool, man. Right. I really did.
Well, it'd be fun if you made a time machine that was itself a Jin particle.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
That's a little too better for me. Right now, my head is I'm being honest. Because I'm trying to figure out, okay, the time machine itself is it.
No, you give me a time machine. Right. If you come into the future, you give me a time machine, I take it back into the past, and I give it to you.
Right. And that's how I invent the time machine.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. You want record for the invention of the time machine. right? It's very meta. Yeah, it's more than meta. By the way, Rick and Morty. Rick came back to himself to make himself the portal gun. Gets some access to all. Okay, I've seen a lot of episodes. I haven't seen. That's like
Yeah, Portal Gun's Gym Particle.
throwback origin story. Oh, it's when they go back to show you how it's. So Rick and Morty is the cartoon representation of Doc and
Yes.
Marty.
Yes.
Because Rick is a little bit of a crazy scientist, and Morty is just kind of going along for the ride and doesn't really understand anything. Right. But there it is. But one last thing. There is such a thing as flux. Right. Flux in physics is the measure of a field through an area. Okay, so you can have magnetic flux. So as long as you have an area and something moving through, you can measure. It's like flow. Okay? It's flux. And there's also such a thing as a capacitor. Right. A capacitor is a metal plate, and charges build up on that metal plate. And you have another metal plate that faces it, and you can have a voltage across two plates. Okay? So, but there is no such thing as a flux capacitor. Oh, no. I think you just ruined the movie for me. What? Oh, that's the only thing that ruined the movie. You were all in. I was all in for everything.
Oh, really?
It all came down to flux capacitor. Now the movie is just crap to me. All right, Neil deGrasse Tyson here, as always.
That was not what I wanted. Popped it up at the last second on me.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check first that you bought seats in the right section. So check Allstate first to learn what they can save you hundreds.
Not skip.
All events just are. They're unchangeable, they're immutable. So the events can't change, and you simply, if you go back to the past, are fulfilling the precise set of events that allowed you to exist and to go on that journey in the first place.
This is Star Talk, Cosmic Queries. And today we're going to be talking about time travel, inspired by Dickens' classic novel, Christmas Carol. Chuck, love to have you on this. Always a pleasure to be here. Although I'm not actually here. I'm coming to you from the future. You should just know that. Thanks for that heads up.
Yeah. Let me say it this way. Neil, it's your turn.
Thank you, Doc Brown. Realize when they went into the year 2015, just thought I'd remind you.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
We'll get back to that. So I know a little bit about time travel. I don't know nearly as much as our guest, which is why we brought him on. Yes. Colleague from up the street at Columbia University, Brian Green. Brian, dude. Our returning champion, Brian Green, ladies and gentlemen. He's professor of physics and math. Is that right? Both of them?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Isn't it? Wait, as a layperson, isn't that redundant?
It sounds redundant, yeah, but I don't touch equipment. That's what it emphasizes.
Oh, yeah. It's like, get the hell out of the lab. You're one of the theorists. Yeah, so Brian is a theoretical physicist, a longtime friend. And it's just a delight. Selling books. And the title correct of his latest book is that this title leaves nothing out. Here it is. Until the End of Time, Mind, Matter, and Our Search for Meaning in an Evolving Universe came out last year. Right. That title doesn't leave anything untouched.
You need all the search words so that,
That's
show that.
Neo-optimized.
Knopf, very nice, very nice. And of course, many people know of you through being co-founder, I think with your wife, is that correct, of the World Science Festival? Yeah, Tracy Day. I met Tracy Day before I knew you when she was a news reporter. Was it for NBC?
ABC. Yeah.
NBC. Yeah, you did an interview with me.
I didn't know that. She never mentioned it.
We go way back. So let's put some context on the table. So Charles Dickens, which is, he wrote Oliver, he wrote Tale of Two Cities, he wrote Christmas Carol, he wrote a bunch of stuff. And I think he wrote A Tale of Two Cities. Yeah. And
it was the best of times.
And the worst of times. Right now, we're in the second part of that.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
So, written a long time ago,
2 years ago. Oh.
And by some measures, it may be the first sort of modern literary example of time travel, or the implications of time travel. So that's well before, like a half a century before H.G. Wells' The Time Machine. So itself quite a remarkable step to take in storytelling. So Brian, before we had Einstein's relativity, do you know, how did anybody think about time travel?
Yeah, it's a good question.
What was it missing? What? Let me say that differently.
Yeah.
What do we, in our enlightened modern times, with the benefit of relativity, get to say about time travel that they couldn't say before Einstein, before the 1905 special relativity paper and 1960?
Sure.
General
Well, yeah, well, I look at us as the unique species on the planet that's able to lift ourselves up above the timeline and think about the past and future. So that immediately gives us at least the imaginative capacity to travel to the past and the future. But of course, you're going beyond that. You want to know about real time travel. Back then, is that time is much more individualistic than anybody would have ever thought. The common view of time was it's universal. It's the same for me, for you, for anyone else, regardless of what we're doing, what we're experiencing, how we're moving. And that Einstein shattered by showing that time elapses at different rates depending on all those qualities. How you move, gravity experience. That's the main new feature.
Awesome. That is amazing. So now that you said that, because please, one of you, either one of you, I'm filthy with physicists right now. So this is just wonderful every time I think about it. But if something is, let's go as close as geosynchronous orbit, like a satellite, and it's traveling at the speed, and they have to adjust the clocks because time is ticking differently for that thing up there than it is for us down here. And can you please just speak to that? Can you speak to, is it a literal elapse difference? Like running clock, or is it something that causes it to seem like elapse?
I shouldn't jump in. Maybe Neil wants to take this. But
So why don't I'll just start with 1905, and you pick us up at 1916, okay? So what we learned with 1905 special relativity is that the faster you go, right, you will perceive events around you. You watch someone go fast, you will perceive their ticking clock to move more slowly than yourself. And we call it special theory of relativity because it only involved motion that did not accelerate. It was very sort of a basic case of motion. And so once you got used to that, then 10 years later, he throws in a whole other fact. Right, pick it up from there.
Yeah, the new fact that you're referring to is that gravity also affects the passage of time. So, Chuck, in the example that you gave, if you have a clock on planet
clock that's hovering above the Earth, some number of miles up there, those clocks will really tick off time at different rates because they're experiencing different forces of gravity. The stronger the pull of gravity, the slower the clock ticks. So the clock on Earth truly is ticking off time at a slower rate than the clock that's floating up there in space.
Well, so what's interesting there is that the geosynchronous satellites, because Chuck, you started this by saying they have whatever is their orbital speed, which has some significance, right? It's a few miles per second, really, right? Up at sort of middle. You know, Brian, every time I talk about, there's LEO, low Earth orbit, and GEO, but middle Earth orbit, MEO. But every time I say middle Earth, people are thinking Lord of the Rings.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Frodo. Look at that traffic study like this, sir. We'll do it.
So Brian, have you done the math yet? Since you're a professor of freaking mathematics, on the geosynchronous satellites, they're moving fast relative to us. So their time we should see their time slow down, but they're farther away from Earth's gravity, so that we should see their time speed up. So there's some contest between the two.
There is, and I don't know the exact numbers in that particular case, but I do know that when they tested these ideas on a jet in the 1970s, where they had an atomic clock that they left on the tarmac, and the other they strapped into the passenger seat, maybe it's first class, I don't know, on this Pan Am jet. In that particular case, it is the speeding up of time from the gravitational difference that wins out. So whenever I teach this, I'm always careful with my language because you would think that clock should tick up time more slowly because it's in motion. But when you take the competition into effect, in the end, the net change is not what you would have anticipated. But none of that really matters. What really matters is when you take all of the effects into account, motion and gravity, that Einstein delineated, the prediction agrees with the observation spot on.
Yeah.
And so these effects are truly real.
So I didn't know about that experiment. And Brian, please tell everyone.
Eiffel and Keating were the two scientists.
Tell everyone what Pan Am is.
Transcontinental American Airlines.
Southwest of its day.
Airline. Transcontinental Airlines.
Yeah, kids. Pan Am actually was also the space shuttle in 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yeah.
It was a Pan Am space shuttle.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, going up to the space station where there was an AT&T phone and Howard Johnson's hotel. It's super cool.
You're keeping tabs on me. Just call it professional curiosity. What profession would that be? I'm a lawyer. I've never been to this place before. I miss Becky's Diner. Me too. Yeah, I don't make it to Hell's Kitchen much these days. Neither do I. By the look of it, you've come up in the world. I could say the same about you. Thank you. You're a real man of the people now. A rich man by his very nature is self-serving.
What's that? Kingpin.
Serves his city.
Are supposed to be.
You don't seem entirely convinced. You blame me. Considering you've tried to kill me a few times over the years. Yes, you have. No. Incarcerate me. Kill? Never. I wonder if your darker half would agree.
What is it?
That's very cool. So it turns out, so I didn't know that about the Pan Am. That's excellent. That remains true even for the geosynchronous satellites. So the fact that they're higher above Earth wins over the fact that they're moving fast. And so when geosynchronous satellites hand us our times to our cell phones, they have to be pre-corrected, knowing that Einstein's ideas are correct, which is just freaking mind-blowing. Einstein could say it in his armchair, right? And it can happen in a physics paper, but to actually measure the stuff.
It's totally insane. It's totally nuts. Just one other thing, Chuck, for your question. Even if you take gravity out of the story, right? Take two clocks and you send one into space and it turns around and comes back, and you literally compare compare the clocks side by side, they will show different amounts of elapsed time. So it's real. But the clock on Earth, in that particular case, will tick off.
Honestly, my question on this one is, why do we think this is a flex in time and not just a change in gravity?
Than the clock that went on that round trip journey. So in a sense, the person carrying the clock on the round trip journey has traveled into the future. They're seeing the Earth time than their own watch would suggest it should be.
Wow. One last point about Ebenezer Scrooge.
I've got a problem with this. I feel like this is something that should have already easily been thought of and worked on, and should have been brought up in this episode.
but are you guys just talking about fucking mechanical clocks? Because if that's the case, you go up into orbit where there's less gravity, of course that clock's gonna speed up. It's got less gravity pulling on the parts and slowing it down. Neil, you should know that. That's physics. And now, has this been tested with a digital clock? One that doesn't rely on moving components to track time? If so, is the result the same? Because if it's not, I don't see how we can say this. I mean, this is also 2 years ago, but we still have digital clocks. So, yeah, I'm thinking they're overlooking a very important part of this puzzle. But I also was not around for the tests. I have not seen any research papers on it. I can't actually say they are. It just seems like it.
He was observing different Christmases, but the big issue for any storyteller is whether you can interact either with the past or with the present that you then have access to. So what does Einstein say about that?
Well, he doesn't say a whole lot about travel to the past, because everything that he was doing, following through, you can move in such a way or experience a gravitational field that allows you to go into the future. And if you're in the future, he said, sure, you interact with anything you want to interact with. It's just that you are at a later time than your own clock would suggest. But when it comes to the past, I haven't read anything that he wrote, but it's a real conundrum that, Back to the Future popularized, right? If you go to the past, can you change things in such a way that might prevent your own birth? And then you're in the logical paradox.
Yep.
How could that ever happen? And people have struggled with that. We can talk about the solutions if it's relevant to the topic here. But yeah, in one of those solutions, you can interact, but you're constrained. You don't have the freedom that you would have thought you would have had to mess things up.
Now wait, is that constriction forced upon you? Like, for instance, if I were trying to get rid of my own self. So I'm going to commit suicide via time travel, right?
Oh, okay.
Suicide via time travel. So those constrictions, since I'm coming from a place that is already set, okay, I go back at my origin, before my origin, I'm sorry. And then let's just say, I caused my parents to hate each other. I'm doing the reverse of the movie, right? And yeah, they end up hating each other.
Because you can do this without bloodshed, right?
Yeah, without bloodshed.
Put your parents in an argument at a time they might have made love. Right. You're not conceived in that moment.
Exactly. Or just do something really nasty, but not, like hitting my mom, and she's just like, "You are adorable," and I'm like, "Yeah, don't ever talk to that guy."
So, before this gets too far out of hand,
I wasn't going any further.
Slow down, Chuck. Slow down.
Let me just ask this. So, aren't would then kind of like the box of time force those events to happen anyway in a different circumstance, even though I just screwed up the circumstance under which I came into being?
No, I wouldn't frame it that way.
Okay.
The answer that I would give on that is that if you travel back to an earlier moment in time before your own birth, then you were always at that moment. There are two versions of a given moment in time. A moment in time can't change because what would be the parameter through which that change would occur? It would have to be time, but we're talking about individual moments. So if you go to the past, you were always part of that moment, and therefore you were always part of the causal chain of events that resulted in your own birth. So you are.
Right. In the time machine, the character has a love interest, and then she crosses the street and is hit by a horse and buggy back then. I guess that was a deadly thing. And then, no, wait, I can fix that. He goes back in time, and prevents her from crossing the street, leaves her, and then she gets mugged and dies from a mugging. And then he prevents the mugging, and the third time, she dies some other way, and he figures out that her death was something inherent in the timeline. There's nothing he can do to change it.
Brian, what you're saying is what's inherent in that timeline is you. You're not an X factor. You are part of that equation all the time.
Yeah,
that's correct. All events just are. They're unchangeable. They're immutable. So the events can't change, and you simply, if you go back to the past, are fulfilling the precise set of events that allowed you to exist and to go on that journey in the first place. Now, look, I'm not saying this is the only resolution to these ideas, because Neil, the example that you gave, brings to mind another proposal, which is this idea of a multiverse. Where
That's kind of the idea where I'm at.
We take a quick break, and when we come back, we can find out what kinds of time travel are theoretically allowed.
Yeah.
And I like the one where Chuck going back in time preordained the fact that he would be born, even if his intentions were otherwise nefarious or even suicidal. We'll be right back. Cosmic Queries Time Travel with Brian.
This is not a natural storm that will pass.
We're back. Cosmic Queries Time Travel Edition, inspired by Charles Dickens, The Ghost of Christmas Past, Present, and Future. Brian Greene. We got the best person in the world to have this conversation with Chuck.
Yes.
Absolutely. So Brian, in the case where Chuck's going back in time was part of the equation that led to his birth in the first place, even if he only just realized that. Let me give an example that I've given before, but it seems to be consistent with that. Okay, so I see. So let's say we can use tachyons, which travel backwards in time, and I can send texts via tachyons. And I watch you walk down the corridor, and you slip on a banana peel. And I say to myself, Brian's my friend. I don't want to bust his ass slipping on a banana peel. I'm going to text him. So I text you via tachyons. You get the message before you slipped on the banana peel, and you look down to the message, and by looking down, you don't see the banana peel, and you slip on the banana peel.
Yep.
So I ended up causing you to slip on the banana peel. Is that the same case that you just described with Chuck?
Yeah, it's a self-consistent, immutable set of events, and the text, inexplicably from your perception, is what actually causes the event that you wanted it to prevent. But it's part of that causal fabric. And this approach is the immutable quality of the timeline.
So it's reverse destiny.
Well, it's timeless destiny. So all the events of reality just exist out there, and perhaps it's human perception that orders them into this causal set, but they're just all out there, just like all of space is out there in this way of thinking about things. All of time may be out there too, and so there's nothing that can ever be changed.
Well, so in Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five, that time travel scenario is what you're describing, right? And because in it, his entire time, he's picked up by aliens, and he lives in a cage, all right? But it doesn't matter to him, because he still has access to his entire life's timeline. And when he's describing this, well, they describe it to him. He said, when will I die? You're always dying. When was I born? You're always being born. When did I go to college? You're always going to college. And so the pre-existing timeline, you can just rejoin it at any point, but the destiny's already preordained.
Yeah, there's something comforting. There's something comforting about that, right? Because even those of us who've lost parents or loved ones, in some sense, they still exist at the moment of time that they occupied, and that is an eternal, unchanging statement.
But Brian, it takes away free will.
So yes, this is a version of negating free will, but I am one of those people who doesn't believe in any variety of free will of the traditional sort. So this doesn't run afoul of my intuition at all.
One of those.
Okay, Brian. Okay. See, I know we got. Wait, we got to get to questions. This is Cosmic Queries. Get these people.
Brian, stop tempting us.
Yeah, you
shut up, Brian.
Let's act like we don't have an audience. Well, to that.
Why is this being so damn interesting? It's our Cosmic Queries.
Okay. All right. Let me get to the so I'll put my stuff on the back burner.
Here we go.
Hey, this is Jay Salmon who says, or Salmon. I mean, it's Salmon, but Salmon, maybe. He says, hello, Dr. Green. Because a photon of light has no mass, theoretically, can't it travel both forward and backward in time?
I love that.
Speaking of gravity.
No, wait a minute. So it moves the speed of light. And if time goes slower for you, the faster you go, then photons have no time at all.
I think that's
so if they have no time, why don't, who cares whether they move
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. Right. They go forward and backwards.
So I think there's two ways of answering this question. I think both are really important. Well, one is from our perception watching the photon. And from our perception, you fire a photon and it travels through space as time elapses. It goes forward in time. But then you say, what about from the photon's perspective? It's traveling at the speed of light, and from what Neil described earlier, when the photon looks out at the world, everything should be going infinitely slowly. And therefore, in some sense, time is stopping. Now, that's poetically fine. The problem I have with taking that too seriously is, and this may seem like a footnote, but it's not, you're ascribing some kind of experience to a photon. And a photon doesn't have experience. It doesn't have consciousness. It doesn't look out at the world, even though the poetic language is useful to invoke. And so to imagine that we could travel at the speed of light, and therefore there'd be no time and time would stop, is a step too far.
Yeah.
So when we look at the photon, it's like any other particle. It travels through space, it goes forward in time. If you put yourself into the shoes of the photon, whatever that means, then poetically, yes, time would stop. There's no notion of the elapsing of time. There's no notion of aging from the photon's perspective, whatever that actually means.
Yeah.
But, okay, so Chuck, you heard that Brian Cascade on Photon said it has no emotion.
Basically, Brian thinks photons are stupid. And so,
okay. That's Brian.
All right. Well,
Brian. Brian, we know where you're coming from.
Okay, go, Chuck. Here we go. This is I like this. Let's a little more philosophical. This is Tyler J. Tyler says, "How might time travel be policed or regulated if it were able to?"
Yes, the AI expert from Fiverr just launched our app.
Significantly improved the site's conversion rates. The freelancer
Yeah, because I mean, think about it. If we could, all
if you have bad actors going through, right?
Yeah. Well, again, I'm less fearful of time travel because of the view that I hold that you couldn't actually change anything. If you could, then we'd have to have the time police around here to avoid things happening that we didn't want to have happen. But
right, is that the same thing as Hawking's time travel conjecture?
He's got a few conjectures, so depends exactly which one. But I think Hawking said
chronology projection.
That you can't travel to the past because it keeps history safe for historians, right?
Yeah.
Because if you could travel, you could change things, and it's also his explanation for why we're not overrun with tourists from the future. If you could travel to the past, wouldn't everybody, from the future come and visit us and be gawking, what life is like in the 21st century? But again, they could be here looking at us right now. Or another explanation, which is more plausible, is in almost any time travel scenario that has been dreamt up, you can never travel to a moment in time prior to the construction of the first time machine. So, if the first time machine is to be constructed, that would also explain why no one's come back here, because they can't come back here because the machine's yet to be built. So that's another very straightforward way of explaining why we're not overrun with tourists from the future.
I like that one.
Wow.
All right, Chuck, keep going. What do you have?
All right. Let's have some fun with this one. This is Kevin the Sommelier, who's,
Oh, we love Kevin the Sommelier.
yeah, we love Kevin the Sommelier. Never
For
sends us
He's a
wine.
wine recommend. Never gives wine instructions.
Never sends us wine. Never sends Chuck wine. Neil doesn't need wine. I've been in Neil's cellar. He don't need no wine. Chuck needs wine.
Okay.
All right. Kevin the Sommelier says, Dr. Green, what Hollywood film depicts time travel best in your estimation? And then he says, is it Frequency? I don't know why he says that.
Well, yeah, see, I tried to convince the filmmakers on how the end should be done, but it could have been more.
Frequency is a film. I've never seen it.
Yes, it's a film.
There's a time travel element where a father and a son are able to communicate across 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
Dead. He's a firefighter. He died in a fire. So the son
Yeah,
tries
now I
to
remember.
tell the father, go left, not right, in that
Yep.
burning building when it happens tomorrow, and he actually saves him. So they do change the future in that particular case. So yeah, the multiverse way of thinking about it. But back to
They called you for advice on that?
they call me for advice, and then they asked me if I would be in it. And I'm like, cabin in 2 different time frames, and they aged me to make me look old in one. And it was the scariest thing. Really, I thought it would be so simple, but I don't know if you've ever done this. And they put the plaster on your face to mold so that they can get jowls and things on you. Feels like being buried alive.
Yeah,
But,
that's a scary shit.
Black don't crack, so that wouldn't be necessary.
I'm 87.
So, Brian, were you in the movie?
Yeah,
Were you in the movie? I missed it.
where I'm in a television set being interviewed in the past and another television set in the future to like set up this time warpy thing. But I wouldn't call that the
That's
best.
right. Hey, Chuck, that's not his first movie. He was in the Mimsy movie. What's the name of that movie?
The Last Mimsy,
Yeah.
He was in the last Mimsy.
Yeah.
He was in the last Mimsy.
Really?
He asked Brian Green. Oh. With his expertise on this one. You were great in it. Like, total natural. I liked it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. But to the,
Okay, so what's the best movie? What's the best?
I would say that Interstellar.
Thank you.
Is probably
Thank
the
you.
best one where you have you going near a black hole, time slows down, and when it goes back to the ship, the fellow left is 23 years older, even though Connie is only like an hour older. And then Matthew McConaughey, I can't remember his name, his character in the movie.
Just to be clear, 23 years older. Not 23
Older.
Uh-huh.
Right. It's sort of a very crazy scene, but it's accurate. You know, you go near a black hole and you come back and your crew members have aged decades and you've aged an hour. But then, in a poignant moment, the character sees his own daughter, much older than he is.
Right.
And she's in her bed, you may recall, and he kind of comes into that room. So those are accurate features of Einstein's general theory of relativity.
It's not just because you're buds with Kip Thorne, who was co-executive producer on that movie, who was a professor of physics at Caltech. It's not just because you're friends with him.
Not because I'm friends, but no doubt it was his expertise that kept the film on track, on scientific track.
Now, I said thank you because that is the one that I have thought was the closest to the actual depiction for some time. Though I'm not so sure about the scenario here anymore. Honestly, I'm really not so sure anymore. I feel like something's off with it. I mean, I know Einstein said his theories were not complete, but why am I hung up on this? Is it just because I don't have the data? I haven't actually seen proof myself. I'm not sure. But I have trouble. I have trouble thinking it's not just the force of gravity being relieved from the clocks that speeds them up. I have trouble not thinking that they've not used a digital clock to do this, or a couple of digital stopwatches that don't have moving parts. I feel like for some reason that's overlooked, even though it probably isn't. But honestly, that's the way they were describing it, that's what it seems like is going on. I feel like this major factor is being overlooked. Well, maybe it's not considered a major factor to some people, but it would be a major factor in the end if my theory and thought on the scenario is correct, which is not that it is actually time difference, but the difference in gravity allows the mechanical clock to speed up. The less gravity doesn't slow it as much. But if you're using a digital clock with no moving parts, that wouldn't have the same effect. Unless this is completely and utterly true. Alright, I've got a... This is eating at me. Really precise digital clock specifically. No, fuck off with your atomic clocks! Fuck atomic clock, dude. I don't want no atomic clock bullshit. Give me a fucking stopwatch shit. I don't think we have this right. Okay, that's a problem. That is a problem. After compensating for varying signal delays, that's just it. If you're running this test, you should not be using signals. You should be using closed-circuit stopwatches. No outside connectivity, nothing. Mm-mm. No, that's not acceptable. No. Typical digital stopwatches are not precise enough to be used. Okay. This is a failure. This is a failure of logic. I'm sorry. No. You're not going to get the answer to this question by using an atomic clock. To answer this question, you need to have something that is not affected by an outside source already. This is breaking with control. Necessary precision to measure the time. I'm sorry, bullshit. I'm sorry, no. No. This does not work. There are too many holes. There are too many holes in this. Honestly, if I just corrected science on a whole, I'm going to shit.
It's a great Chuck, did you see Interdog? Oh god, yes, I love it. It's one of my favorite sci-fi. Did you see the name of the robot? It's the big square robot. I forget its name. The big rectangular robot. By the way, it was the best I think depiction of a robot in a movie. It's just a block. Like it's just a robot. Everybody's like, I am a robot. No, it's just a block. Like here's a square that has appendages when it wants, and I forget its name. Do you remember the name of the robot? I do not. Brian, do you remember the name of the robot?
I'm embarrassed to say I can't even remember the robot, so I'm
The robot's name was Kip. Kip!
Kip. Okay.
Yes. There you go. Kip Thorne, of course, helped pioneer LIGO, later Gravitational Wave Observatory, but received a Nobel Prize. Was a co-recipient of it a few years ago. And he did the movie, so we got some good people out there. Nice. Trying to raise science literacy of the world a few notches. So, right, there goes. So good calculations there. So that's just straightforward gravitational Einsteinian physics.
Yeah.
So, okay. So with respect, very quickly,
Come on.
is actually.
Come on.
Do we have? Chuck, are you a Patreon member? It sounds like you're asking your own question.
Yeah.
I paid this month.
Come on, Loki.
Shoot.
If you don't get up for tonight, no, you haven't for last night.
Terrible liar. That's exactly what I sound like. That's so wait, very quickly. Do we have any information on the aging of cells at the speed of light, or in gravitational situations that we might be able to attribute to time travel?
Yeah, well, everything that we're talking about in terms of the time slowing down or speeding up, it's truly time. So any physical process, whether it's the motion of atoms or the motion of particles in a cell or motion of aspects of proteins carrying out instructions done by DNA, it all happens at a rate dictated by how time elapses. So when we talk about time slowing, cells slowing, it's everything slowing.
Amazing. Right, just to be clear, because there's a point of it, as we say it explicitly, it's not that being in stronger gravity has some effect on your physiology that makes you age more slowly. Right? It's an actual change in the clock that's on your wall. It's everything around you. It has nothing to do.
I'm sorry, I've still got a problem with that. Because I keep referring to the ticking clock, which is only in reference to analog clocks. And according to all the research already, the digital clock they used was a fucking atomic clock! Which receives data from an outside source to tell the time. A satellite, nonetheless. I never thought I'd have a problem with one of Einstein's theories. But I've got a problem with this theory of special relativity. And the way it's been, or primarily the way it's been tested. I don't think it's quite right. I really don't. There is something deep down inside of me that says this isn't accurate. This isn't right. It's not properly done, the experiment. So much so, it's actually got my internal excited. I'm having a little bit of an anxiety attack. What, Dublin? You're being pasty.
do with the effect of gravity, the strength of the gravity on your metabolism or anything. It has to do with the space-time, the fabric of the space-time that you're embedded in. Is that a fair?
That's totally fair, and so much so that even your thoughts would slow down in a spatial field, and that's why you wouldn't even notice in your local environment that anything had changed. Right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think this is right.
YouTube, office help, greetings from up north.
Hey!
Daylight savings time sucks.
How you doing, Terry?
YouTube, office help, 1.
So, I'm just kind of chilling, watching some Neil deGrasse Tyson, just happened to get into one of the episodes about time travel, which of course is going to cover the theory of relativity as well as special relativity. Well, I'm sitting here watching, thinking about the experiment done for special relativity, and it's like, wait a minute, the way you all are explaining this is quite literally as if you're talking about the gravity and the mechanics of the clock moving at a faster speed because of less gravity, and saying that that's what speeds time up. Fundamentally, that doesn't make sense. It's like, wouldn't that just be gravity not having as much effect on the clock and its mechanics? Has this been done with digital stopwatches? The answer is no. I looked it up. It's been done with atomic clocks, which, in this case, is sloppy science. Atomic clocks get updated from an outside source. That's how they keep track of time. Your timekeeping piece is supposed to be the constant in this test. So using something that's constantly updating from an outside source doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And they're trying to say stopwatches are too inaccurate to track the significance in time change. It's like, excuse me? The hell they are. We have the technology to quite literally stop 2 stopwatches at the exact same fraction of a second. I'm just like, I'm sorry, I've got a lot of issues with this. It doesn't math. And I've never questioned any of Einstein's theories before.
I've taken the time to learn them and just come, okay, no, that feels, looks, and equates right. This, I'm having trouble with. I really am. I don't think this was thoroughly and properly tested. I have a feeling if you were to use stopwatches, you would not measure any time difference by sending it up into orbit. I think that evaluation was just made based on mechanical clocks, and if that's the case, it blows the whole theory out of the water. Well, at least special relativity. But then it also blows a few other things out of the water, such as time travel. Or shit. How about the using... No, because it's not a biological thing. That's just it. If it's not biological, if it's not markable by biologics, how can you say this is actually a thing? I mean, if you're using an atomic clock, of course the fucking one that's receiving signal closer to the atomic clock satellite is going to be faster. One, it's moving. It's closer. These clocks are done by how far away from the Earth they are, is how they're measuring the time. How far away versus the spin of the Earth. And then their rotation around the Earth. Using an atomic clock is foolish in this case. Because the clock you're sending it to that's traveling around the Earth too is a lot closer. So yeah, of course you're going to see that fucking effect. Never mind the fact that the atomic clock was made with the theory of relativity in mind. Basically built based off of it. Therefore, trying to use something that's built based off of it is not going to disprove it. Holy crap, I actually spelled atomic right? Sweet. Yes, I know that's not something the regular person would think about or even ponder taking this kind of action about. Yes, I know, I'm talking to... I'm sending these messages to astrophysicists and time specialists. And the fucked up thing for me is, it doesn't seem like it's even that big of a thought to me. Because this is
YouTube
observation.
offers help. Who's to say our measure of time is gospel?
See, that's just it. That's where the theory of relativity came into play. It's not even... that's the thing. It's not universe or planet time. It's not a... The time clock's really set funky. We weren't tracking time since the beginning of existence, but time's been here since the beginning of existence. So... But Einstein's entire theory is somebody traveling at a faster speed will experience time slower than somebody who is not, or somebody who's traveling at a slower speed. This doesn't make sense. This premise, in and of itself, doesn't really make sense. Time would not speed up for somebody moving at a faster speed. Not at all. The appearance might, but that's not time. And it wouldn't be a observed slowdown. That doesn't make sense. I'm really having trouble with Einstein's theory right now. I've sat here and thought about a lot of different theories of Einstein's, and relativity's always been one. But never have I taken this much thought into just the whole factor of the timing measurements that were used for it. It seems like we're really fucking up on this experiment. Trying to use atomic clocks and mechanical clocks to track this. That doesn't make sense. These are not controlled measurement devices. One, as soon as you start to get away from the freaking Earth's gravity, once it starts to lighten up, yeah, that mechanical clock is going to speed up. Because there's not as much slowing it down. Not as much gravity in this case. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to try to use that. And once again, an atomic clock is a measurement from outside. That's not a control either. It's a measurement from outside the experiment. The control must be able to be untampered with. Or
YouTube offers
unmessed
help
up.
off to bed. Plan to listen to some old.
Alright. Take it easy. Unless you're referring to me. Then, enjoy listening.
YouTube offers help art.
It is. And it's something just 100% from within my core says it's not right. It's being overlooked.
YouTube, Office Help, Bell Coast 2.
Ah. I've got to listen to some more of Art Bell. Spotify had the Ghost to Ghost, his Halloween stuff, of course. Listened through that and got onto one of the Aliens and Immortals shows. I gotta love the way Art handled some of that, though. It's weird talking about Art Bell right now, though, because I've been talking about Art the Mime from the movie Terrifier, and, well, also, I think it's the Seventh Ring of Hell? Seventh and Ninth Ring of Hell. Short that Art was first introduced in. But people keep sitting there calling him a clown. It's like, no. Art is not a clown. Art is a mime. And as a matter of fact, he's a serial killer demon mime who happens to choose his victims by them saying that exact line half the time. Quite literally calling Art a clown. He's like, nope, sorry. I get that that's what the movie says, it's the only thing he's known as, but that does
YouTube,
not make him clown.
Office Help, Coast Broadcasts. My new keyboard sucks.
Yeah. I knew what you meant. I mean, this is the main experiment that this whole theory rides on, and yeah, that does not feel like it's done right. It doesn't. Oh. Entropy. To some extent, it's not wrong. It's also not completely accurate. Well, that's one way to kill my enthusiasm. Nothing like finding a theory of relativity's not been properly tested. That hurts me inside a little bit. Because the scientific method is actually rather important, especially in things like this.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Where the fuck is Justin?
What do you mean?
What?
Am I talking too nerdy for you or something? You really hadn't gotten to say that much for that side of me. Now you understand why Terry asked me if I realize how intelligent I actually am. And still, honestly, nope. I know this isn't something that most people would think about or even think about questioning, but I don't take that as a sign of high intelligence. I just take it as a sign of thinking outside the box. And in knowing that science is supposed to be done a particular way. And from everything I can see and hear from them, this has not been done. And as a scientist at heart, it bothers me. It's like doing a dungeon. And you have 2 paths. Or, no, sorry, let me rephrase that. You have 5 paths ahead of you. You go down 4 of the 5 paths. And you say, I didn't find what I was looking for. Fuck it, I'm out of here. That's what it feels like with this experiment that was done. They used mechanical clocks and atomic clocks. But they didn't use any kind of stopwatch. Which really kind of gets to me. Considering this is a scenario that involves sending a clock into orbit, where there's going to be less gravity, and the mechanics of the clock are not going to be slowed down by that less gravity. I mean, they're going to be not slowed down by all the gravity that was there, like originally. And if you're using an atomic clock is based on a satellite. If you're up in orbit with the satellite, yeah, your fucking time's gonna be faster. You're right next to the satellite, and the satellite's measuring time from Earth. Not where you are. Not up where the satellite is. On the ground. And considering you're in orbit, you're moving very quickly, comparatively. Or should I say the Earth is moving very quickly, comparatively. Could be both, depending on how the experiment's done. And honestly, I would kind of like to see it taken all the way up to the space station and tested there. This is not a kind of experiment that could be done quickly. This would be something you would have to set out over time to do, and that's not trying to be punny. You would start these stopwatches simultaneously via an electric trigger, where they would both sit on the trigger plate, and you have to press a button to make anything happen within stopwatches. Which means if you take the stopwatch off the receiver, you have no way to fuck with it. You can't stop it, you can't pause it, nada. You throw that thing in the shuttle and send it up. Send it up to the space station and leave it there. A couple months. Every now and then, checking and comparing time to each other. Or time read off these stopwatches anyway. There's several ways this experiment can be done in a lot more accurate and controlled way. We didn't have the ability back then to just, and now continuing to run the same tests, even though we have more accurate and better technology. That's insanity. To use an atomic clock is definitely leaving a hole in the test. To use a mechanical clock is leaving a hole in the test. You know, this test is doable, it's just not doable quickly. You're talking at least a month's time where that stopwatch would be up on the space station. at that point, if the time starts reading differently on one of the clocks, then you can say you got something. Or at least have a damn good chance of having something. Until then, this theory's not been proven. This theory's still tentative. And relativity / special relativity does not have the same relation to everything else. If we had this wrong, we wouldn't fucking know unless we did this kind of experiment. So yeah, I feel like this has very much been incorrectly done. I almost need to end this and clip this whole section off and send it as a fucking response to him. And something they really seem to be forgetting about a time experiment is time. They're typically doing this experiment by sending the fucking clock up in a plane with a high altitude orbit or flight path for a few minutes, maybe half hour tops. And it's just like, how are you expecting to get definitive results from that? Especially using an atomic clock or a mechanical clock. Come on! Quite literally need two clocks that run on at the exact same speed on Earth, started at the same time, and take one up to the space station for a couple months. It's really that like that. There needs to be a proper control done for this test, because what we've done is not proper. These measurement devices are acted upon by outside forces. That's not control. I'm sorry. That's not control. And like I wrote in the comments in Neil's video, I'm sorry if this upsets you, but until this is done, this is not solved. From one scientific mind to another. And yeah, I'm going to say part of me is kind of upset with Neil for putting out something that's not been properly and thoroughly tested. It may have been thoroughly, but it wasn't properly. If it was, I wouldn't be able to say this shit. Because all forms of time measurement device would have been used. and we would have actually had a legitimate answer. Not just, oh look, the clock was faster! Well, you're close for the satellite. Or there's less gravity on clock parts. So, we need to try something that doesn't have one of those issues at hand.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm all sorts of pissed. Low key.
He's in the back seat, but what's going on, Jackson? Speaking of which, how are Robert and Jasper doing? Damn it. I'm now wound up in the worst way possible. My brain's wound up. Watched two Neil deGrasse Tyson videos tonight, and I had a comment for both of them. One was letting them know what it was, what the movie was that everybody was thinking was the Sinbad movie, but it wasn't. Shaq movie. But in some scenes I could understand why people would say Sinbad, but it's not Sinbad. Shaq and Sinbad have a little bit different body build, though they may be rather similar in the face. They also don't sound alike. And then, of course, this one with the freaking theory of relativity and then special theory. Or special relativity theory. But honestly, if I'm right, it's going to change quite a bit. Will I ever have the ability to test my theory? That is contradictory? Nope. Ain't got that kind of money. I wish I could get that kind of funding for experiments and shit. That'd be awesome. As one of my favorite scientists says, the difference between science and fucking around is taking notes. Sure. Like I said already, I've never really been one to question Einstein, but this doesn't seem right. I honestly don't think time dilation exists. I don't think it's real. Maybe perceived time isolation, but that's just it. It's just a perceived. It's not legit. And that's kind of where I'm having a lot of trouble with this. Is they're talking about perceived time difference. It's like, okay, if it's a perceived time difference, how are you measuring this on a clock? If it's just perceived, the clock would actually have to run differently. Or at least compared to the way it ran on the surface of Earth. Which, having less gravity on the gears, would make it run different. Being closer to the satellite that's measuring its time would make it run differently. Synchronizing time to where they took off on the planet. Yeah. But then that's just the time on the planet. That's not the time they have on the shuttle or space station. If the theory is correct, the time on Earth would not match up to the time on the space station. Because the space station gets its timing from an atomic clock. Which measures time by relativity to the Earth's surface! So something that's not down at the Earth's surface is gonna move faster. It's also going to seem like something that's a lot bigger. Because instead of measuring hundreds of miles, it's measuring something closer to where it'd be like measuring an inch or something. The measurement scale would be off. I don't say that there's a flaw in the theory. I say there's a flaw in the testing that proves the theory. Quote unquote proves. I mean, because time doesn't actually pass slower. That's the thing. It's like, how are you going to say that there's time difference or time dilation if I'm using the atomic clock to measure it, which the atomic clock is based on it, it's not going to disprove it. A tool that's made based on the theory is not going to disprove the theory. It kind of goes against how it was made. You have to take the relativity out of the equation to be able to come back and measure it and bring the relativity to it. This experiment is not properly done. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Almost 11. Careful. Honestly, I think relativity is more psychology than physics. Because if the body doesn't count the same time dilation, if it doesn't show up biologically, how are you going to say that this is the case? Like at that point, you kind of need to use biological clock. A couple of them. And they wouldn't even have to be the same age subjects for these biological clocks. They just have to count the same year, the same timing. You come in, biological clock sample from both. Send one up to the space station for a few months. Bring them back. Biological time sample from both. If they show the same progression of time, kind of disproven. If they show a different time, biological time, then we have something to look at. But I'm sorry, if there's no actual physics or something other than non-controls for these measurements, this cannot be accepted. This is against the rules of science. This is not acceptable. Stopwatches are not accurate enough for any significant amount of time that makes a difference. If you're trying to say that there is not enough time difference because of the amount of time that the clock's up there, that is solvable by having the clock up there longer to be able to measure and see the difference. In this case, the stopwatch. The counter. You don't even have to have a stopwatch. You just need to have a counter that starts 2 counts at the same goddamn time. One on the ship and one on the ground. Take the ship up there and park it for a fucking month or 2. Easier said, I know, but still. Point being. God damn it. I was hoping to get to sleep at a decent time tonight. Instead, I'm going to be putting a little bit bonkers in my head. Kudos. Little girl, you keep slopping yourself down in my lap in ways that are gonna make you fall and tear me up.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm all sorts of pissed. Loki.
But Loki's not to come out just because you're angry. I don't mean that in any kind of poor way. And with how he's been, I'm not going to disturb him back there. I would rather he keeps behaving. His first part of the day, he was a shit. Damn! Dude got hit hard.
GSM5. Therapist, what do you think are your strengths? Me, I'm amazing at criticizing myself. Therapist, I'm not writing that.
What are you chewing on my wallet? In my jacket pocket? Oh?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Get Loki out here now, www.
But I'm not going to disturb him from sleeping. I mean, I wouldn't be too happy if I was disturbed from sleeping. I mean, it's almost midnight as it is. At this point, I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to freaking start the sleep stream or not.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. LMAO, bro, I'm JK.
Oh. It's just like... What? Oh. Honestly, tonight just kind of begged the question for me. How smart do you actually have to be to look at some of our science and go, wait a minute, but what about this? Because if this was the case, and we don't have proof for that it's not, that's not something that comes along very often. I mean,
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. LMAO, you had me literally LMAO when you said just because Tia Ray angry isn't gonna get Loki out here rolling on the floor laughing.
What can I say? I'm someone who puts it straight. The difference tends to be just whether or not I'm nice about it. That ends up depending on the person they're talking to. On Twitter, sometimes I'm not so nice. I get to go on like I do in my news rants. And I will sit there and let somebody hang themselves. So I will keep feeding them the rope. It's kind of amusing. Not gonna lie. So you doing something like that? That's all in good play. You gave me the rope and I stuck my neck through it. And kick the stool out.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Your news rants are crazy, bro.
like I was saying to Terry, it's like, this shit is, to me, seems like common sense. I mean, that is really how it appears to me. And I really do have trouble separating that. Because as to where the theory of relativity and special relativity that I was talking about tonight, not the same scenario. Yeah, I'm displeased about the accuracy and actually how well the test was done, but otherwise, it's not common sense. Not even to me. It's just something on my level to think about. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought about it. Probably wouldn't have even been watching a video on time travel and time dilation by Neil Tyson. If science wasn't one of my special interests, as in the study, I don't think I'd be where I am today. As far as mental and intellectual. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. But the science and study of the world, for someone who has basically been an observer for 99% of his lifetime,
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. What did you eat, bro?
I had my sausage corn dogs. I had 3 of them. Hi, Monster. There you go. You didn't know what I want. But as soon as I start petting you, you're going to try to flop yourself down in a way that's going to make it either uncomfortable for me or make you slide off my lap. No. No, if I had the ability to do the test properly for relativity, I would. Because, like I said, or said in response to
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Nicey. No sleep stream tonight.
I want to have a sleep stream tonight, but at the moment my brain's just going. It's in overdrive. The whole, one of the fundamentals that makes up our existence and to some extent our reality has a question mark behind it. And now has the added check of not thoroughly tested. For me, this is an issue. This is a big issue for me. The tests that we have done are not adequate to say that the theory is accurate. They say there's no biological time difference. Then how can you say that there is time difference? How can you say there's a dilation? They experienced less. What do you mean they experienced less time? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever for them to experience less time or more time. Either way. For that to be the case, time would have to be rooted in gravity. And, I'm sorry, I've got a problem with that. One force cannot be rooted in another force, not like that. Gravity is a much smaller force than time. Gravity is even manipulable. We do not have a way to manipulate time. The closest we have is this quote-unquote time dilation that is said to exist. And I don't think it does. I think the whole perception of a different time is all mental. I think it's all psychology, not anything to do with the physical world. Maybe something metaphysical. I won't necessarily say that that's not a possibility, but none of the physical world. Time is not bound by physical boundaries. So it doesn't make sense that gravity would have an effect on time. Time is not affected by physics. That doesn't make any sense. Because you could quite literally create an anti-gravity and well, like I said, I'm not going to force him to do it. I would much rather not deal with his attitude. He went back there on his own this time. He was laying out here next to me, just chilling. And then he got up and went back there. Yeah. I cannot offer you a therapy dog of a dog that does not know. Jackson's the one that's upset, not me. Jackson needs to have it. She's like, yeah, but you're dead. And he's not here. Not to mention, I'd run and hide. I know, he would run and hide for a little bit. And for some reason, TTS decided to get stupid. No, can't fix that. I should be gone. I might just change stuff about and start up a scientific stream about chat, or a chat stream about science, this particular topic and subject. Because honestly, it's bugging.
It's really bugging me. I mean, I kind of wanted to make a response to it anyway, where I didn't have the communication issue. I mean, I'm sitting here responding to a 2-year-old video, thinking that, yeah, there's a good chance nothing's ever going to come of it. It's not going to be seen. My responses. And honestly,
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Would you ever consider getting a pet chimpanzee?
pet chimp? I don't know if I'd be able to call it a pet. And honestly, I don't think I want to deal with it if it gets angry. When animals get angry, they don't have the, stop, let's talk about it scenario. A chimp gets angry. If I don't want to hurt it, I have to let my ass get beat.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Lemfow bro, I'm over here dying. Old mage guy is now live. Streaming just chatting. Midday chill.
We didn't disconnect as far as I'm aware. Stream Elements. I think it's just you. No, that's something that I definitely learned over time. Bigger animals, you can't really be dominant with them. That's gonna get you hurt. Especially the more instinctual the animals. To be able to have a chimp, I would have to raise it from a baby. I mean, Bob
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. What about a pet gorilla LMAO?
Certainly could not call a gorilla a pet. That would be a friend. And when that friend gets angry, my ass is running. I don't gotta be faster than the gorilla, I just gotta be faster than you. Don't take that seriously. Do not take that seriously for a second. I'm not that kind of person. As far as survival goes, that is a legitimate thing, but a gorilla, as long as I learn sign language and the gorilla learns sign language, there might actually be a way to talk a gorilla out of anger. Maybe. If they're not already too angry. But honestly,
for animals of that size, I would probably not be trying to talk them out of it. I'd probably be finding music that works for that.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Mal.
And also kind of the whole other bit to that. If a gorilla's pissed off at you, it doesn't matter if you trip somebody. That's not going to make the gorilla go after them. That gorilla's going to get your ass. It's a gorilla, not a bear. There is definitely a lot more intelligence in that brain. Yeah, a gorilla's not going to get distracted by you tripping somebody and go after that person just because they're there. You can't use the how to outrun a bear technique with a gorilla. Never mind the fact that the gorilla is going to be a lot faster than you, but also, again,
YouTube,
they're smart.
Hinson Jackson. The gorilla will be friends with Loki LMFAO.
Yeah, more than likely. Unless Loki started being too much of an ass. What was her name? There was one gorilla that had completely learned sign language fluently, and had even gotten a pet kitten, which she took care of. Second time around. The first time around, she didn't realize how fragile kitten was. Yeah, I'm glad they didn't show pictures. Me being a cat. The first time I saw it, I was like, and you gave her another cat?
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Yes, I heard of that gorilla. I remember Robert Williams.
Mm-hmm. As far as gorillas go, she's a class act. She did end up becoming very impressed, though, in the end. Get out of my garbage, monster. She's like, they're in the cupboard. She even looked over at the cupboard when she meowed. No, I'm calling you a monster, not the Daddy Wants monster. Excuse me? I'm sitting right here. She just got in the garbage can. No, I, to some extent, would like to get the chance to spend some time around a troop, I think it's called. I think it's a troop of gorillas. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. Don't think troop's the right word. Alright, Google. Please correct me. A group of gorillas is called what? Oh! It is a troop.
A group of gorillas is called a troop, which consists of 10 to 15 members of a family, including a silverback.
Hinson Jackson. Yeah, there's no way I would have a chimp as a pet. Chimps will kill you, dude.
Oh, I know they will. This is what I said what I did. It's like, that thing gets angry, I'm screwed. Honestly, primates, or any ape, has not really been in my pet list. Outside of felines, the oddest I would really like to have would be a fox. Oddly enough, foxes are not canine. But are more closely related to the rabbit family. Just as hyenas are not canine, but more closely related to the feline family. I used to joke with my ex because she loved hyenas.
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. Do you think a chimp would kill a cat?
If it felt it had a reason to, yeah. Otherwise, probably not. I've seen chimps interact with cats before. It wasn't any kind of issue. They look at them weird at first, and then, just like gorillas. Cat starts purring like, oh! You left it up here. Daddy pulled it up so you didn't have a reason to fuck with the garbage. Tough shit. You stay out of garbage. Yeah, if a chimp had a reason to, it wouldn't be even a problem for him. But otherwise,
YouTube. Hinson Jackson. I've seen a dude on YouTube who has a grizzly bear as a pet.
there are actually many Russians who have bears as pets. Supposedly, one of my viewers has one. Supposedly named Misha. Seems a little stereotypical, so I'm not exactly how much to believe it. But I'll give benefit of the doubt. I was able to call a flock of wild turkeys down off the fucking mountainside and get them to hang out and actually come back every morning, come down the mountainside to my call.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Would you raise a grizzly bear?
At the current point in time, no. I don't know enough about bears. I would be more likely to raise a bobcat or even a cougar. Bigger animals, I'd more than likely be raising some form of big feline if you're going to go for big wild predators. Primarily because I know cats very well and get along with them pretty damn well. people that sit there and say dogs are the smart one. Smart ones, I have to go. I hate to tell you, but how many canine species survive in the wild? There's a couple of wild dog species. But you don't see tiger or lion-sized canines.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. What about a cheetah?
It would be in the same boat. It's a big cat, but if it decides to run away, I ain't catching it. And I ain't outrunning it either. That's kind of my thing about the bigger predators is 9 times out of 10, if they get loose, the closest I'm going to be able to do to get them back is try to appeal to them in some kind of food or other treat.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Lemfam.
And that in and of itself is a dangerous situation. Because a big cat like that gets out and, well, neighborhood dogs become targets. Especially ones that are very strong-willed. Or, what's the word? Headstrong. Because in nature, those ones die first. For real. Any wild or semi-wild animal would look at that kind of behavior and go, the fuck? How the fuck are you still alive? Bear, gorilla, cougar, freaking leopard, panther.
Hinson Jackson. I'm over here dying laughing, dude. LMFAO.
It's really just facts of the situation. Not to mention feeding these animals? Holy shit. You're talking the equivalency, let's just say for the most common area, cougar, mountain. You're looking at least the equivalency of an entire deer a day. At least. The people that I've met that have owned cougars, because we actually had a few people here in Oregon that did, were feeding them raw beef. Because something apparently their bodies do not react too well to cooked meat. And understandable. It's not part of their typical smorgasbord. It's typically fresh red meat. Depending on whether or not they get something that isn't bird. No. Leopard, puma, and jaguar, all thought to be the same creature. I don't know about that.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, feeding cougar a Loki a day, LMAO.
Basically. What? You act like you're dying, and then I go to pet you. Yeah. What? What? What, baby? What? You got my attention. What's up? Meow. What? I was just petting you and you were like, no. Hey. Someone's being a booger. Now. What? Dead? Are you trying to tell me it's bedtime? I think somebody's trying to tell me it's bedtime. What, scrapping a string? Yeah, you did.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, did Loki eat dinner?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, it was about 9:30. Got him at dinner. He honestly went back there to after eating right before he came in the room. Or something along the lines. How's that working for you? Daddy can't throw it if you're holding it.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, no disrespect, but just because you're angry doesn't mean Loki is coming out LMFAO. Bro, that had me dying.
I really had to add the no disrespect, because the way that was all worded to me sounded like I was kind of chastising a child or saying that to a child, and that was not the way I intended it by any means. But hearing it in my head first, it's like, this sounds like that, but that's not the way I intend it. I don't have better words for it at the moment. Solve that issue. Oh.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, Mal.
Like, I care about people's feelings when it matters. And when it doesn't, I will typically tell somebody. And be like, I'm sorry, but in this case... No, when someone's feelings matter, yeah, I care. Is it just a matter of respect? Oh, shit. Not just a matter of respect. It's a matter of respecting, actually caring about somebody. Don't exactly try to disrespect people you care about. I've only got one bowl left, and I don't want to smoke it tonight. I want to save it for tomorrow.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Loki is my therapy dog, bro. You got to let me see him.
You sure Robert won't get jealous? One of those. It's just so much not right with the world right now.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Robert is a guard dog, lol. He barks all goddamn day.
Loki was too. Nope. There's a residue on the bottom, but ain't gonna do shit. Damn, but let's take a look. No. There's a little bit here, but that's not really even enough to talk about.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Did Loki bark a lot at the ranch?
Oh yeah. Any deer, moose, anything. Not moose, sorry, elk. Moose. Yeah, there was a male elk up by the house one night. Loki realized he was there and started barking like crazy. Dad went out to go see what was going on. Dad heard some.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Lemfam.
Dad heard some rustling over in the brush. Puts the spotlight over there. Loki starts barking, sees the elk, and the elk goes, he just snorts at him. And he's like, turns tail and goes inside, leaving Dad out there with them elk. Of course, Dad's rolling on the floor. He comes back in and says, "You chicken shit." We all just kind of look at him, huh? Tells us what happened. We're like, no wonder. Yeah, he barked at coyotes. Half the time he barked at horses. And he knew the horses. Bark at kids running up the hill. Flares. Yeah, he's a big bark case. Big one. He's doing a lot better now, honestly. Last several times I haven't dealt with him having bark fits whatsoever. A couple of barks. Timed out.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. Haha, he barked at horses.
Mm-hmm. He barked at our horses. Or at least they were at the time. Hi, Zoomies. It's a good thing I didn't go to bed, otherwise I'd probably getting ran over. I am still about I need to take care of the little box now. Yeah. It needs to be scooped. This ring. No, girl, I don't want to hear that. We're in your box right now. Yes, Daddy, scoop me a litter box. Young lady, if you didn't go before now and needed to go, it's on you.
YouTube, Vincent Jackson. How often do you have to clean the litter box?
Honestly, not too horribly often. It's been 2 weeks since I put that litter in, and I haven't actually scooped it until now. And it hasn't been too horribly smelly. But it was definitely time that I needed to. Because 2 weeks becomes a point where if you don't do it, your kitty's not going to be able to go potty comfortably. Even if it doesn't seem like it's full, litter has a tendency to clump down below and make it hard to dig in it for them to go and bury. Which is very much a cat thing. You didn't even look to say that. Okay. What? What? I cleaned your litter box. And you was just in there. What now? I don't know what she's talking about right now. Is that what you're wanting? Huh? Is your water not on? No, it's not.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson, midnight.
Indeed it is. Working my way to bed. Whenever I can. Ouch. You and your litter everywhere. Oh, it's good. Yeah.
I want to go to bed, but I don't want to go to bed. Space cooler for you.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. You playing any games tonight?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if I'm just gonna go to bed or not. So like I said, it's one of those I want to go to bed, but I don't want to go to bed. That honestly means I should just go to bed. Especially considering somebody's trying to get me to go to bed. Meow. Doesn't mean step on the keyboard. Meow. It's so horrible to be a Dublin. I don't want to wait that long. And did you guys accept my thing for it? Shit. Not the one I was trying to grab.
YouTube, Hinson Jackson. I'm about to take a shot of whiskey.
I wish I had a shot of whiskey to take. That'd be nice. That'd be really nice. But, that's too weird. Hey, expressive issues. This
This is nothing like Legends. It's a little bit like Warframe. Kind of, sort of. Nope. So, I haven't been accepted for it yet. Not a big surprise. Oh no. I should actually probably try to watch that show. Considering I like the clips from it. I mean, it is the same people who made Modern Family. Yes, Daddy's good. What's that about? What's with the jerky away from my hands? What's this? It's like you're just gonna get bopped or something out of nowhere. Okay. Alright, so I'll be back in a few minutes. We get stuff switched over.